All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. And the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Happy Thursday, everybody. How we doing?
We're a little rummy this morning, not gonna lie.
We're rummy? We're gin rummy?
Nah. Is that not a phrase? That was a parent's phrase when they were worn down. They would say they were a little rummy this morning.
No, I've never heard it before, but we got that. Look, there's that 10-year age gap here. It's only 10 years between us, where those words and phrases might be a little different. Is it 10? Is it 15? Is it 30? I don't know.
I think it's 15. But yeah.
Well, great to have you in. We have no dirt today.
No.
He's got to go golf.
He has to.
I got to be honest. I was kind of being a little bitch about this yesterday at my house. I was show prepping, and I'm like, this dude's missing a show to go golf with Dusty. What are we doing? But then I'm like, man, he's golfing at a pretty nice place. I looked it up. Looks amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the nicer country clubs down in the valley.
But he's going to go shake hand and kiss babies with all the big wigs down in Eugene today.
There you go.
Hopefully golf with Dan Lanning or Dante Moore.
Well, we should.
Or the ice cream cone flavor coach. Fingers crossed on that one.
We need to. Well, it's good. He needs to develop because let's face it, 99% of the guests that get booked are between you and me.
98?
Yeah.
I'd like you to point out the 2%. I'd say 99.7.
Well, when you're gone,
we'll
get Tyson Alger.
Okay.
We'll get Kyle Gustafson.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So,
I'll give you Gusty. Okay.
99%.
Right. Yeah, I'd say 99. Yeah. That's all right. We all have our strengths on our show. We all have our strengths.
He handles a lot of the social media and the tweeting and the posting and all that for the show.
That is where he is exceptional. We have, and it's like an unspoken thing for us.
Yeah, we have our roles. We understand it.
Yeah.
We know where we need to, but then when somebody's gone, like we have to figure out, okay, who's
picking up the slack in certain areas.
Then.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
But maybe he can make a nice contact or development, and we can get – it's very difficult for us to get Oregon football guests during the season because –
we're the home of the Ducks.
We're the home of the Ducks, but they're practicing and meeting during our show. It is not for a lack of effort.
Yeah, well, I'd say not for a lack of effort on our end.
Yes.
More so down there, they're very busy, and so like the windows for us are not as open. I do hope he genuinely does meet one of the coordinators or a player.
I've always
thought it'd be cool to have a player, and I know the practice window is usually during our show. But I've also been told that there's a chance, and I don't know what those chances are. Maybe he is already at the tee box with Jorgie. I don't know. But I've also heard there's a chance that he plays with, like, the volleyball coach. And I'm like, what?
Oh, is this all? I just thought it was
I think it's
football.
Like a big Oregon.
Oh, it's everything.
Now, the players, I think, are involved in this.
Gotcha.
There's going to be a player for every...
Oh, at every hole.
Every foursome.
Okay.
So he might be playing with a player.
Gotcha.
But is that Tuioti or is that a linebacker I've never heard of before?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I don't know who he's going to play with. I do hope it's a mover and a shaker in some way. I'm really hoping it's the ice cream flavor guy so he can drop a random strawberry.
How do you feel about Spumoni?
Dusty had a really good point. He's like, what if you just, it's all quiet on the green, you have a big birdie putt, you sink the putt, you grab the ball, you turn, you look at the guy, and you go, chocolate. Like, hey, I'm not hesitating on this at all. So I hope that's what it is.
Yes.
So we'll have to wait and see on it. I also am wondering how much of this is dirt moving and shaking and Dusty trying to wrangle in a really good golfer for his foursome so they score well. Not that Dusty's not a good golfer.
No.
I've only golfed with him, I think, once or twice.
Yeah.
And he's okay. But Dirt is a different level of good when he's locked in.
Yeah, when he's locked in.
He's the second best golfer at the station.
Yes.
And we know that. Even if he's not locked in, I'd probably say he's the second best golfer at the radio station behind one Rop.
Yeah.
But when he's locked in, he's a pretty good
golfer.
golfer.
Much like Tiger, he's got to get his feels back after coming off of,
He says he's feeling it. He played around not too long ago. Said it's starting to kind of, the powers are coming back to him a little bit.
Got to get the feels.
So he is going to be out today. He's down in Eugene. Maybe I'll text him at some point during the show, get a score update or how it's all going update.
Yeah.
Pass that along to you guys.
Who's in his foursome?
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea.
What are we doing?
So he's out today. Swag is running on maybe 3 hours of sleep. He's been dealing with, family stuff. We've documented that on the show.
Yeah, we had a little scare. Had to go to the hospital late last night, so.
It's okay. That's what this 4-hour window, unless you get a text or a call, it's a great distraction for you.
Yes.
Get to unplug, you get to run on no sleep, and we get to be kind of crazy here.
I love that.
It's a little bit of a trust tree.
Me, you guys don't know how
breakaway.
much I missed this and wanted to get back. I mean, because I would show up like on a rant. My travel was all different. It wasn't like Saturday to Sunday sort of thing. I would show up on a Monday and then leave and come back, and I'd do a Friday show.
Yeah.
And you guys like, what are you doing here? And it's like, you don't. Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. Like we were randomly talking about. I think it was when you were out. Like if something happens in our individual lives, how are we handling events? And I think I've come to the conclusion, now this is easier said than done, I think I've come to the conclusion I would keep showing up. Unless like something prohibited in a time window, because I don't know what I'm doing if I'm not here.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't be feeling certain ways or processing stuff. It's more like I don't know why I wouldn't do it. It's a good unplugging of maybe some real hard situations.
Something will be funny, whether it's intentional or unintentional.
Oh, I mean, it's great.
Something will make you laugh and just, yeah.
I mean, I've already got off to a rip-roaring start here. I burnt my finger on my ironing board this morning because I'm wearing a white T-shirt, but it had like one too many wrinkles.
You were ironing your T-shirt.
I was ironing a T-shirt.
Who's the infamous athlete that always ironed? Oh, what was the
iron their jersey?
No, they ironed all their T-shirts, and I can't remember if it was a college athlete or if it was an NBA player, but there was somebody, notorious for like ironing their T-shirts every day and stuff.
If there's too many wrinkles, I get to a point where it's like I don't want to be wearing a wrinkled
You don't
shirt.
throw it in the dryer real quick.
I tried.
Like on
it didn't work.
Okay.
So that's okay. So I woke up. I get processing, right? I take a shot of espresso. I'm like, all right, it's going to be a fun little show. I put this shirt in the dryer for about 15 minutes. And, I do everything you need to do it. I'm like, all right, that'll be good. It goes off. I pull it out. Still wrinkled. I'm like, that's too many wrinkles. Go get the ironing board, set it all up. It gets hot. I put it down.
Ow.
Now it's 4:23 a.m. I've burned my finger. All right? Then I finally get everything done. I head out of the house. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get to the station earlier than normal today. Me and Swag are going to hang out and get the show ready. So I'm on my way, except I have not made a coffee. And I need another energy drink.
Oh, no.
I stop at a local corner store. Okay?
There you go.
I know it's open. I know the guy that works there. He's super nice. I go in there, and lo and behold, there's an old man with a little yap dog. Now, this is 4:50 a.m.
What could this... Clearly retired?
Clearly retired.
Okay.
I mean, this is a guy that you'd probably see walk into a McDonald's at 5:15 and sit down with his buddy.
Gotcha.
So there's a guy with a little yap dog, and the yap dog's on the ground. I walk in, I see it, but I'm not like really thinking about it. Snaps at me.
Of course it does.
Yep.
That's what those dogs do.
Lunges at me, and it's got a little harness, and he's like, whoa! And he yanks it back, and he makes a joke, and I'm not stopping and having this conversation. So I grab my energy drink. I turn around, and there's two people that I did not see now in front of me in line.
Oh.
The old man, by the way, still talking the cashier's ear off. So now I got one guy ahead of me that's buying pizza, that they make pizza this early in the morning. He's now buying pizza, so now we're grabbing slices. The old man's still talking to the cashier. And then the guy in front of me has nothing but loose change to pay with his breakfast sandwich. So now I'm dealing with yap dog yapping, old man yapping, pizza getting guy, and loose change bro paying for a breakfast sandwich. I was in the corner store for about 13 minutes. This is a grab-and-go situation that has now morphed into a sit-down-and-wait situation. So now I walk out. I finally get through this line, And I'm just on normal time. I'm not getting in any earlier. I get out of the car, have my backpack. I got to charge because I'm a soy boy with an electric car.
Yeah, at least there were slots this morning for us. Thank
and that's
you.
what I thought. I was like, hey, the day's turning around.
There we
I got
go.
some charging. Backpack gets caught in the door. It yanks off my shoulder in the parking lot. Now it's in the door, but I got to get the charge first. The app didn't work. It crashed. I restarted it.
There you go.
I came in here finally feeling okay. And then you're talking to me off air, but your microphone in the studio is dead silent.
Yeah.
I can't hear you talk. So, rip-roaring little Thursday.
Which is opposite. Usually you're telling me, Swag, stop. It's like a megaphone.
Usually it's way too
It's
loud.
like the Peanuts teacher right in your ear.
Yes.
Wah, 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 wah.
Exactly. And today it's like,
Yeah, I'm the low talker all of a sudden.
what
And
is
next
going
thing we know,
on?
you're wearing a puffy shirt. So
dude, it's a Thursday.
it's Thursday.
It's a Thursday.
That's the good thing.
Yeah, I got a couple good things for the Magic Hat. I'm still trying to. I really want some audio.
Okay.
Trying to find an audio thing.
Gotcha.
Because the stories I largely have aren't audio based.
Oh, okay.
But it's a Magic Hat
I
Thursday.
am struggling to find something to throw into because there was something. What did we get to yesterday? There was a sports story. I was going to hold it, and then we got to it yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys brought it up.
Well, I have a couple sports stories
Yeah.
in there. I also have some like Portland-based things I want to get to in it.
Ah.
But the Magic Hat Thursday always feels a little more exciting. I think the unexciting thing is I actually gave the hockey a good look yesterday, and it was fine until the third period happened, and our old Tommy Two Nickels might be ripping Canada's heart out.
Yeah.
That game, I thought it was going to be like an overtime, who's going to score first thing, and then wham,
Well,
bam,
no.
thank you, man.
No, that all came in the first period.
What, the goals?
The 3 goals.
Oh, that's right.
was
'cause
in
I had
the
it
last
reversed.
5 minutes of the first period.
I'm thinking of the empty netter at the end to make it 4-0. Because there was like the hope going into the third period, maybe.
Exactly.
Could they? And then instead, Montreal kind of rolled over, died. Fans were gone with like 4 minutes left.
Yep.
And I'm like, this was a bit of a dud hockey game.
Yeah.
So Tommy D might be ripping the hearts out of Canada right now. And I'm not mad about it.
No.
I was expecting a better game. You gave me nothing.
That's true.
Your sport kind of sucked last night.
Well, the Habs have a little bit of an issue right now. They can't get pucks on net.
They're not
And
getting any shots on goal is what I
No.
read. They had, 12 in game
something like that.
3?
Yeah.
How many did they finish with last night?
Around the same.
It felt like Carolina had the puck the whole time I watched.
I will let me go pull up the old.
So I tried to get my hockey on, and
Yeah.
then I started laughing because I remembered the show yesterday where you guaranteed basically the Mariners would win, and they blew out the A's.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, the Fire easily going to beat the Sun, and they were up, and then they choked away the lead.
Yeah, third period was a little scratchy.
It was a pretty tough one, and then even midway through the fourth, you're like, oh, my God. And then they went on the giant run at the end, and they ended up winning again.
So they put that one away.
So we can't tank for Juju anymore. I think that's
going to be tough to do.
it's probably going to be done. I have a sneaking suspicion the Sparks are going to be jumping into this because it's L.A.
Yeah, well, Kelsey Plum went down.
She went down in practice.
And
then Connecticut is moving to Houston. What would be great for an upstart relocated
Exactly.
team?
Yeah.
A superstar player.
Superstar.
And I'm not even sure we would draft Juju. That's a hot take. I don't even know if we were number one. Would we draft Juju or would we draft a European player nobody's heard of
Exactly.
because they play the game the way the coach wants them to?
Well, maybe I don't know. I think they have more on their eye in a couple of years. I mean, how great would it be for Jazzy Davidson to come home? But she's still got a couple more years.
She's got about, I think, 2 more until she's eligible.
Yeah.
But the amount of money you make in college, she's probably going to stay for 4, right? Because it's 3 years in college for
I
ladies?
believe it's 3. And then I don't know how much. I think finally all the details. They finally
Of the
I
restructured
saw
CBA?
The new CBAs finally all the fine print has been printed. And it's all in there.
But
so
the
how
amount they make in
fast?
college versus even being a top whatever pick is
Well, but if
pretty
this
crazy.
legislation's going to go through and they actually get a salary cap in college sports,
You think this legislation's going to pass? The Cody Campbell bill that's masqueraded as the Ted Cruz bill?
yeah,
You think that's what's going to pass? I don't know about that, man. I think a lot of people hated that bill.
Probably.
They called it bipartisan because Maria Cantwell's on it, but
yeah, Washington's own.
yeah, delightful individual, that Maria Cantwell. I don't know if it's going to pass, but it could be good for the sport if they can. See, it's more about not government being involved. It's more like how these individuals
just need to
can't sit down in a room and figure this out.
There's that.
That pisses me off.
They need some consistent set of rules that apply across the board to everybody. But if you don't collective bargain with your non-employee employees, then I don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah, last night was a tough one, though, in sports. The Fire winning is always, it's a fun, it's a comeback win. The hockey kind of sucked, and my baseball team got bludgeoned
Well, the
yesterday.
Hops are on a 3-game winning streak, so.
Hey, you can't stop the feeling, man. The mojo's good over there in Hillsboro.
They're finally starting to get it going.
I know I've said it before to you in years past, but I really am going to make a hard, concerted effort this summer to make my way out. I really want to see
the new ballpark is absolutely gorgeous.
I've actually heard great reviews on it.
And there's whatever level of experience you want. You want to spend some dough, go in the club, have the all-inclusive and all the food and the beer and the wine and do everything up and make a night out of it. It's great.
I want you to hook me up with the experience because I haven't said this on air. You kind of owe me. So without airing too much dirty laundry, a couple years ago I wanted to go to the Oregon State, Portland State Portland game, women's game. You said you'd give me tickets. You never came through on that.
Wow.
And then about 3 years ago, I told you I wanted to go to the 4th of July game. You said no problem. I told you I needed like 8 tickets. You offered me like 2. So you've kind of overpromised and underdelivered. I need you to hook it up at some point.
I'll see what I can do. I don't know
You're
about the
voice
club
of the
thing.
Hops.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They're a little – those are a little different. Now.
Treat me like Timothée Chalamet. Comp me some tickets. Let me eat a glizzy in the club level.
Tickets. Now, the club levels, I don't think they're doing that for anybody unless –
They're making you pay?
Yeah. So –
Is Drew Jones still there?
No, he's not.
He's gone?
I think he's in Amarillo, but I'm not 100% positive.
The pride of Brandon Sprague.
Well, he got hurt last year at some point in the season.
When did he get called up to Amarillo?
I think he started the year there.
Man.
I'll have to double check.
Well, I need you to hook it up, and we got a busy show today. Brady Henderson's going to hop on.
Yeah.
We're going to run it forward.
Run it forward.
Run it forward, Brady Henderson. Now I kind of run it back with Brady Henderson.
Is he running it forward or sailing it forward?
I think he would prefer to sail it forward more than run it forward, personally. But he's going to join us coming up at 9:30 a.m. We're going to Magic Hat it up at 9 a.m. I want you to piece together something going on in your life. I think the Magic Hat is more about what have you been reading, doing, watching, etc. And I know you've been really busy.
Yeah.
But you've had some downtime. What are you doing in your downtime? I want you to noodle on that. We'll do the Magic Hat coming up at 9 a.m. I efforted for Mike Doc Parker to get on today.
Yeah.
I thought today'd be easier than tomorrow.
Exactly.
Doc never got back to me.
Oh.
I don't know if Doc and I are beefing or he just didn't have his cell phone with him. But I wanted to talk about the Eugene Regional with him because I've told you guys, I said it yesterday, I don't know the ins and outs of all the baseball stuff. But I am with dirt on this. It is exciting to know we got a little bit of a Pac-12
Oh, it's going to be
Civil War
spicy down there.
Yeah, it's going to get really spicy. So I wanted to talk to Mike Doc Parker. We'll see if we can make that happen maybe tomorrow. Maybe he'll have time tomorrow. All the games get going, around noon is when Oregon State, Washington State play. So we'll talk a little bit about that. It's a pivotal Game 6 tonight in the Western Conference Finals. Are we going to have a team punch the ticket and finally have the other NBA Finals team? We talk about Thunder and the Spurs, Game 6.
Should be very interesting.
Should be very interesting. We'll talk about that. A load of football stuff to get to today in the NFL with OTAs, college football news and notes. It's going to be a delightful little Thursday. Thanks for hanging with us. Let's get it going. Dirt and Sprague. We start next on 105.1 The Fan. Welcome back in. 626 on Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 The Fan. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hope your Thursday commute or your Thursday morning's off to a rip-roaring start. A lot to talk about. We had kick times released yesterday. We'll dive into that today. I read a really interesting article. It's in the NBA. Very interesting article that I shouldn't say blew my mind, but offered context, and it's in relation to something we actually heard yesterday on the radio program that we will tie together with audio that I want to discuss today, sometime probably around 8 a.m. We'll get to that. It's a Magic Hat Thursday, so we'll dive into that as well. But I want to start in the association. We'll get to some football stuff coming up at the top of the hour. We got kick times to discuss. And some people hot and bothered by kick times. Greg Sankey saying, hey, we're actually the best. I love the SEC not winning titles. It makes them sound and look so ridiculous. They don't know
what to do. They sound like James Harden.
They really do. Excuse makers left and right. Let's start in the association. We got a pretty pivotal Game 6 tonight. It's do or die for the Spurs.
It is.
And Game 5 was interesting because SGA got off to a slow start. Chet got off to a good start, and then they flip-flop. Chet didn't finish particularly strong. SGA finished as their leading scorer. Caruso and Hartenstein have been awesome in this series, even though in Game 1, Isaiah Hartenstein wasn't good in the Game 1, and then we talked about him not playing. He kind of brought it back, figured out how to be productive, what he can do for OKC. And then Caruso, who didn't have such a hot Game 4, came back Game 5, and they ended up taking that one, as we noted yesterday. And now today, as we get ready for the biggest game of Wemby's career, as it's just going to continue to be labeled that as his career goes on, he's coming off quite a dud, Swag. Last game, he finished with 20 points, 6 boards, and 3 blocks. He shot 26.7% from the field, and he was 0 from 3.
Yeah, didn't he only make like 1 field goal per quarter or something like that?
I think it was something like that. Now, he did end up with 12 points, which is how he got to 20 points.
Yeah,
or
12
free throws.
for 12 from the line.
It's the only way he got to 20 points. Here was our buddy, coincidentally, Jason Minix. He was on ESPN radio yesterday, and he was asked what's going on with Wemby and why he looks the way he looks.
He does look tired, and he's not used to playing this many minutes. And one of the things that we have seen throughout this season, early on it was injury management, and I think he was on that minutes restriction, which was just enough to get him over that 20-minute barrier so he could qualify for the postseason awards and whatnot. But when he has played extended minutes, he's typically a little bit sluggish following those games. And because Luke Cornett is a liability defensively, Wemby's got to play about 40 minutes in every game against Oklahoma City because when he's out, it's just an open path to the basket for the Thunder. So Wemby has no choice but to play those minutes.
I think it's a very interesting thing. Like, this series is not over. Game 6 tonight in San Antonio is going to be loud and insane. The energy is going to be so rampant in that building. I find it interesting the way it feels like all of us are kind of talking about this series and where it is and what it was from Game 5 and now, okay, what is Game 6 going to be? When you watch Wemby, does he look like somebody that's being defended well and schematically what the Thunder have done has worn on him, or does he look like somebody to you, Swag, that you do buy into the narrative? He is dead tired, and right now he just looks exhausted.
I don't know that he's dead tired, but certainly the switch when the primary defender on Wemby, when OKC went to Hartenstein, he's going to be the primary defender. Him leaning on him, bumping him, having a forearm in his ribs all the time. Anytime he tries to go to the rim, he's got to go through Hartenstein's body, whether there's a foul or not.
Right.
That is sucking the life out of him slowly.
Yep. And
you saw him mainly stay on the perimeter or outside in that Game 5. He would crash the glass, but he would not initiate offense or look to go post up to catch the ball to start an offensive set because I think it's wearing on him now. And I think over the course, and this is when they say especially young players, when they get into the playoffs.
They're learning of what this means.
And this
what
is
it
part of the learning process.
Yes.
Is you have to understand what each single playoff game takes out of you, especially when you are the guy or a primary guy for your team. You are asked to play more minutes. Your coach, if your regular time to get a breather, team starts going on an 8, 10, 12. No, you're going right back in. We can't afford to lose this game. You can sleep all off season.
Well,
they don't know what that feels like or what that means until you're in it.
Yeah, I think in the regular season, if I'm not mistaken, he averaged 29 minutes a game.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at 38, 39, 37. You go back to the double OT game. He played 49 minutes.
And all of those minutes, most of those minutes are high intensity. The physicality is turned up. So yeah, you're getting a lot more drained. I don't know if he's totally fatigued. I think some of it's mental fatigue too.
Well, I think it's just one of those, because I don't think it's necessarily fair per se to just say it's fatigue, right? He had 21 in the game 2 after they won game 1, and he had the 41 and 24 game. And look, 21 and 17 with 4 blocks and 6 assists is a stellar line for most.
For him, it's his efficiency.
Yes.
Does he do that and there's still other guys, then when they collapse on him, does he whip the ball out and they're getting wide open threes for Fox? Or
I think he just seemed very oddly, and you've seen this with other great players.
It happens.
It happens to all of them, right? Like, and look, there's sliding scales to it. For, let's just use one current player, LeBron James, it's the way the Dallas Mavericks defend him. Mm-hmm. And we call it the J.J. Barea thing, but if you listen to a lot of those former Maverick players, they talk about how it was basically a collective effort to say, he's not going to post us up, so how does he want to beat us? Well, let's just force him into this and see if he'll do it. And he didn't do it, and it kind of broke his brain, and he won multiple championships after that. I think with Wemby, what you see is, to me, not so much tired, fatigue. Like, his minutes have upped in the playoffs more so in a way than they ever were in the regular season. I think it's a frustration and it's a mental battle of how can I figure out how to impact the game if they're defending me a certain way. I thought Tim Legler had a really good point of he plays so perimeter oriented. And it's not like it's been the worst thing. He's averaging 28, 11, and 3 in this series. It's more so like, where do you impact the offense for San Antonio? So right now, what does San Antonio have? They've got De'Aaron Fox with a high ankle sprain, clearly dealing with that. He was terrible in their last game. You got Dylan Harper, who I believe was quoted after game 1. Did he not say something effective like, that's the hardest game I've ever played in my life? That's game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, dude. You're 19, 20 years old.
Exactly.
Welcome to the NBA. He had 5 points in their last game.
And he's dinged up.
Yeah, he's been dinged up for a couple series, right? So when you're having production lost in other areas, it's been so OKC-based in this conversation because J-Dub hasn't played mostly in the series. You've lost A.J. Mitchell. Caruso, obviously dealing with some injury that he just suffered. I think it was an ankle tweak. Is what they showed on the replay. He left. He ended up coming back, having a good game. But, it's been so OKC-based, we're not looking at the other side of it.
Yeah.
If Fox isn't healthy, and Harper's a young player who's kind of going through it.
And Fox's best asset is his quickness and ability to penetrate, either get to the rim or break it down. High ankle sprain is not conducive to that.
It makes it really tough. So you start looking around. Well, who do you go to if you're San Antonio? If Fox is limping.
Yeah, you need Champagnie to be drilling threes.
Yeah. Vassell needs to get it going.
Vassell has actually been one guy that when he can get up, I think he's elevated his play the last couple of games, understanding, okay, I've got to be an instigator and I've got to give this team some energy and some juice.
Right, but
he can't.
That's what you're down to.
But that's your third or fourth option normally.
So when you get frustrated and they bottle you up, I mean, you're shooting he only shot 5, right? But those 5 shots, I promise you, for OKC, were like, thank you. I would much rather you shoot a 3 from 26 feet, 28 feet, than be down there and get an easy bucket. Remember the 41-point game, he only shot 2 threes.
Yep.
41 points, 2 threes.
Or even when he goes and he's, that whirling dervish and trying to get something up on the rim, sometimes he throws it up there and then he can go.
It's actually easier for him to do the putback.
And then he can get a putback tap over everybody.
When they won in Game 4, he had a play.
He had a couple of them that were ridiculous.
He threw it off, and my brother-in-law goes, was that a pass to himself? And I go, probably.
Yeah.
It might not have been the cleanest looking pass to himself, but I bet you he was thinking, yeah, if I throw it here, I can get to the other angle, and he would tip it on the other side with his other hand. So for all the remarkable moments he's had in this series, that Game 5 was pretty dreadful for him. For him to only have 6 rebounds and he only has, 4 made field goals? This is where young players start to mold legacy stuff. Not that he's going to be defined by this in any way, but it's the start of it, right? It's how has so-and-so gotten better in their career? And you go the history of the league, all of them start at this base point of, I kind of got pushed around and my butt kicked in the playoffs my first time, my second time, my third time. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th is when you start to see the greats elevate as they go. And we've noted maybe he will be unique in this way of his very first go-around, he gets through it. They're not eliminated yet, but I thought what you saw in Game 5 is, hey, here's the biggest game of your life. What is it going to be on the road? Well, you're not getting help from some of your other guys. What are you going to do? Oh, 20 points?
Yeah.
4 made field goals? You got to be a little more impactful than that. The pressure is on him tonight in a huge way, whereas I look at OKC and I'm like, on the road, yeah, they might understand what could be ahead of them, but the way that they've played and I think had all of their role guys step up, no J-Dub, Chet's not been the most impactful player, and you got these role guys stepping. Caruso might be the MVP of the series right now.
He's been awesome for them.
He's been
this
awesome.
Series.
His worst game is coincidentally the game that they lost in Game 4.
Yeah, nobody could make a shot for them in Game 4, and it was just one of those nights.
The
but
Tide
that's
thing
a team
doesn't hold weight for Wemby.
Yeah.
It doesn't hold weight.
The Thunder are a team that have experienced that along the way at some point. It's a stinker. They don't let it. There's no hangover from a stinker. It's like, it's a stinker. It happens. Let's go see if, viewing the tape, if the Spurs did tweak something differently that was causing us an issue that we need to address. But other than that, there's no hangover with them. I think Chet is the one guy for the Thunder who you can say, hey, sometimes coaches will look at a matchup or something early on in a game, say, let's feed him the ball a little bit early on.
He got it going at the start of that last game,
did.
and I'm like, okay, here he is, and then he kind of trailed off a little bit.
That's if I'm Mark Daigneault, I would say, hey, Chet, go get some tonight. This is you. If Wemby's really, the tank's not full.
Yeah, if he's empty.
Go get some.
Look, they're the defending champions, so they're not going to be getting out there and be like, I don't know. They're going to know, if we can take this, they're going to take it.
Because if he finds a way, they try to do something or find some sets or a matchup or a way to isolate him in a certain part of the floor, and he goes and gets some, and now Wemby either needs help if he's the primary defender, or no, Wemby, you got to shift over and shade him, and there might be some more open space for SGA later in the game. Then the Spurs are in big trouble.
One element of this series I want to carry over on the other side. We'll get to the kick times, talk a little college football in the second hour. Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan. All right, welcome back in. The fan text line's 503-864-6326. You can reach 1051 The Fan there. Having some fun here on a Thursday morning. We'll dive into the world of college football. You are looking live at 7 a.m.
Yeah, we got non-conference kick times across the board.
Oregon State got most of their kick times
pretty much
announced.
has their
whole schedule.
I see a lot of 3 p.m. kick times, and I think that's a great time.
Yeah, there's one element of that I want to talk about, and we got a few of the Oregon games. We got an AD at an SEC school who's quite upset with their schedule. We'll talk about that. We'll dive into Greg Sankey dating every moment the SEC's been victorious and to not fall into the narrative trap because they are the best still. We'll talk about that in hour number 2. Brady Henderson will join us at 9:30. So we'll do the Magic Hat at 9, and then we'll do a little football. We got NFL OTA audio to get to today as well. But we were talking about the Game 6 between San Antonio and Oklahoma City, Swag.
Yes.
Did you see, and look, I want it to be known for the record, big fan of Wemby.
Yes.
Big fan of not largely wanting to crap on the new crop of players. I'm hoping in my life, the longer I do this job, the less I age like every other person older than me in my industry, where it's basically like, this era sucks. This sport is not evolving right, and these players are not good. I don't want to become that guy. I'll be honest about players.
No, I love the way the NBA is trying to play. Are they a little 3 reliant? Would I like to see a better balance and going back and utilizing more space? Yes.
Sure.
But
how's that worked for the Celtics last couple of years, by the way? I know they won the title, but lately when they get eliminated, it's Celtics fans going, can we not shoot 65 threes when we're shooting 40%?
And there's times, too, when I'm doing Pilots games, and I'm like, they can beat this team shooting 2s. You don't have to. I know that that's the philosophy and you want it, but if 3s are not going down,
sure.
Like you have good shooters and you have all the analytics and you watch them every day in practice, these guys can knock down open 3s. But for whatever reason on any given night, you're not knocking down open 3s. Do something else. That's my biggest frustration across both college and the NBA. But overall, just the aesthetics of the game, the pace of the game, the athleticism in the game. I love watching it more often than not.
Yeah.
We were making references to some of the 90s, NBA finals and the scores and stuff, and it's 78, 74.
The Spurs-Knicks series literally had like a 67 to 88
and it was just,
score.
It was brutal.
That's awful.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things, and I still think NBA officiating overall needs an overhaul of massive proportion, and there needs to be a lot more consistency. And I think the one thing that they could do, it'll be ugly when they first do it, because the only way you're going to get NBA coaches and players and teams to do things differently is to make it ugly and let them know you're serious and we're not just doing it for 2 weeks and then we'll back off. They gotta call what moving screens are.
Well, they let that get away from them a lot.
That's single
a call
thing.
That's really for them.
Well, they need to simplify to make it black and white.
But to me, it's the equivalent of holding in the NFL. They could call that on every play.
Yeah, I know.
Do you want to call it on every play?
Initially, so that they get they need to get to the fact where the screen is a screen.
I find most of Wemby's screens moving screens. I feel
most of the screens in the NBA are moving
I know,
screens.
but his exceptionally, like the way he comes out, he kind of almost does a push and then rolls instantly. Like
it's going to be
already doing
in
that.
order to get it to change. You're going to have to go with some ugly stuff of Wemby and Jokic getting 3 fouls in 5 minutes in the first quarter to do it.
Yeah.
But the NBA, and I know from who wants to see that, but it's got to change because defenders already, when they got rid of hand checking and they got rid of all this other stuff, it's really hard for defenders to have a chance. That's the one thing they can do because teams can't come up with a scheme. How are we going to handle – because pick-and-roll offense is 80% of NBA offense.
I love that I went from saying I don't want to be the old guy aging to saying everything sucks to you going on like a 4-minute rant about why the NBA sucks. That was fantastic.
No, I'm saying that's the one thing. If
yeah,
they
but
clean
it's the
that
one
up,
thing you talked about for like 3 minutes straight. It clearly is something that's on your mind is the moving screen problem. But
yes.
To me, I say all this to set up this. If you're going to win and you're going to be the post-game interview, that's great. If you're going to have the great quotes and credit your teammates and get all the flowers, that's good. You deserve it. You can't lose and then take your ball and go home and not talk. And that's what happened after Game 5 is Victor Wembanyama did not talk to the media. Dude, sometimes you're going to suffer L's. You got to handle it.
Yep.
And it was one thing to not talk after being concussed in a Blazer game. It's another to lose, not play well at all, according to your, well, not your standards, everybody's standards of you, and then not talk whatsoever. And so I think that's another element of this is like, and I don't know if you've observed or felt this way, but in this series specifically, the Thunder have won 3 of the last 4 games, and they're on the brink of maybe eliminating the Spurs. I don't know about you, but it feels like when the Spurs have won their 2 games, like Game 1 was phenomenal. Double overtime, 41 and 24. Like, oh my God, all-time Wilt Chamberlain-like game. And we talked about it. Everybody talked about it. Oh my, did you see this? Thunder win Game 2. Thunder win Game 3. Well, it happened on the weekend. So not a lot of room to talk. Didn't really bring it up, did we? Spurs win Game 4. Oh my God, the Spurs have figured it out. What are the Thunder gonna do? Thunder win Game 5. Wemby didn't play well. It just feels like when Wemby and the Spurs win, and maybe I'm reading into this too much. For me as a sports fan and somebody that consumes sports stuff, it feels like when the Spurs win, it's a massive deal. It's the biggest headliner of all. When the Thunder win. And maybe this is about the reputation of the Thunder, how fans feel about them. It feels like it's like, you know what I mean? Like we're talking about Wemby and is he tired? And how much of this is just the Thunder? How much of the Thunder the problem? The Thunder are the thing making Wemby play like this. The Thunder are taking Wemby out and not wanting to talk to the media. It's so driven Wemby Spurs. And the Thunder are the ones that are on the brink of winning the series in 6 games, but it doesn't feel like they've won 3 or 4.
Well, the Thunder are like the very clinical boxer. They don't throw knockout punches. They go to the body. They go to the body. They go to the body. They work the jab. They work the jab. And all of a sudden...
You know the Thunder are? They're Lennox Lewis.
Yeah.
They're not fun to talk about. They have a British accent. Yeah, they're a great heavyweight. They don't get nearly the recognition. And I don't know if they're going to knock the Spurs out tonight. They might.
They just
I'm probably going to gamble the Thunder, but it's just interesting. You're right. Like... The sexy, more exciting boxer in this would be the Spurs.
Yeah, they're not. The Spurs are Mike Tyson. They're coming out and they're throwing haymakers. But then all of a sudden, something happens and, somebody can take a punch.
Right.
And come back at you. And now what are you going to do?
It's just a fascinating look of like, okay, Wemby doesn't want to talk. He's in his feelings about some of this stuff. And I get it. It's an emotional game. There's a lot on the line. We talk about legacy with these guys. All the time. I get it. It just, from a content standpoint, and I'd probably even put our show in this. We're probably just as responsible. It feels like when the Spurs are winning, it's a massive deal. And it's, can you look at the Spurs? Can you believe this? And then when the Thunder win, it's just kind of a shrug of the shoulders of like, you think Wemby's tired? And maybe that's the freak nature of him. He's 7'5", 7'6", and when he doesn't play well, it's like, you think he's tired? Instead of like, hey, maybe Hartenstein's doing a really good job, and Caruso's been awesome. And how about the Thunder? The rotations. They put Jared McCain in the starting lineup. Cason Wallace comes off the bench.
Isaiah Joe comes on and drills threes, and you're like...
Kendrick Williams comes in, and you're like, who's that guy? And you're like, he's actually a guy who could be an 8th guy on most teams or better. Like, it's just so Wemby Spurs driven is all my point is on this, of like the narrative-based stuff and the way we view it. And I also think it's partly we hate the Thunder. They flop. Tom Abistro pointed that out, and it's kind of annoying. But they might repeat as champions. They're on the brink of maybe eliminating the San Antonio Spurs tonight in Game 6. We'll touch back on that in the final hour. Loaded second hour. We got kick times, got some college football audio to get to. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1, The Fan.
Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the Portland Fire have steamed their way to a 3-game winning streak. 71-61 the final, taking down the Connecticut Sun at Moda Center. Carla Late led Portland with 20 points. The Fire's team forced 22 turnovers, turned it into 28 points. Next up, things get a little more difficult. They'll get the Atlanta Dream in town Friday and the Indiana Fever in town Saturday. They are co-leaders of the Eastern Conference in the WNBA. OKC Thunder trying to close out the Spurs in San Antonio tonight and get back to the NBA Finals. It's Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, tipped for 5:30. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage begins at 5. Jalen Williams still questionable for OKC with that hamstring strain. San Antonio a 3.5-point favorite. Kickoff times for the early non-conference games of the college football season released on Wednesday. The Ducks open up September 5th with Boise State at Autzen Stadium. That is a 12:30 kick. It'll be on the Big Ten Network. Week 2, they're on the road in Stillwater, Oklahoma State, 9 a.m. kick on ESPN. Week 3 gives them a Friday night game back at Autzen with Portland State, 7:30 p.m. kick. That is September the 18th. Round 1 of the Charles Schwab Challenge from historic Colonial Country Club. Kevin Kisner, Max Homa, Mackenzie Hughes, Brian Harmon among those at 2 under par. There are currently 13 golfers tied for the lead early in round 1. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Durden Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and what we like to call the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. Thank you, everybody, hanging out with us on the old YouTubes. Thanks for hanging with us on the Odyssey app. Some people are still old school classic 1080 a.m.
I know.
I found out one of our P1s, Greg, yesterday, is still 1080 a.m. guy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, 105.1 The Fan. A lot to get to in the second hour. Got a lot of college football on the old docket today. We have done, as a show, and largely, I'll give Dirt a lot of credit on this, I could fall into the basketball trap, the little honeypot that they set out for us. Dirt's always really good at diving in and going, see what they said about my Ducks? You want to make fun of the Huskies? I'm like, no, but all right, here we are. We're doing it. But we got a lot of college football.
Well, we'll make fun of the SEC.
This is the one area. Look, he does not miss doing the show today. He's golfing. Dirt is out today. He's golfing at some swanky, posh country club in Eugene, Oregon, and him and the Brahmin. Oh, we have to miss work today. Shake hands and kiss babies. You know, their lives are so hard. This is actually a day of topics in college football. He literally lives for this.
He loves the petty.
And I hate to tell him, this will not be a topic in any way Monday. It's over. You've missed your window to talk about kick times. He loves early lines, and he loves kick times.
Exactly.
He lives for those things.
And we have bulletin board material.
Do we? Am I missing something?
Sankey stuff, yeah. For the rest of college football.
Yeah, sure, okay.
You sanctimonious blowhard.
Yeah, so he's going to miss some of the stuff he joneses for, but his life is difficult today. He's got to hit those balls straight at his posh country club.
Well, the most difficult part was, getting clearance from the wifey to spend all day.
You think that was hard? Yeah. You had that being hard?
He might have had to sell that a little bit.
I don't think he does. I think he, for every IKEA not buying trip he invests in, I think she gives 3 versions of those back to him.
Oh, okay.
I think he's got a good setup, a good arrangement.
All right.
But a lot to get to in the second hour of the show. Want to remind you, though, before we get going here.
Yes.
June 23rd.
June 23rd.
Toyota presents the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms. Now, the afternoon round has been sold out.
It's been sold out for a while.
We're
waiting. I have not received word.
If it's happened.
No email, no
somebody's
text.
Dropped the ball. We have one foursome left.
One.
In the morning. One.
Let's move that today.
Let's get that thing out of here. Text your buds. Text your boss. Text your wife and her. I don't care who you text.
Text your client meeting.
Yes. Make it an event. It is an event. The Fan Golf Classic has been going for a long time now, and we're excited to be out at Langdon Farms. We'll be all hanging out there on the infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3 6th hole. We'll all be eating Matt's barbecue together, so there you go. There's another sell point there. You're hungry. You're going to golf. It's going to be a beautiful day. Let's get some Matt's barbecue. Head to 1051thefan.com and click on the Fan Golf Classic logo for info and to sign up today. Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota is also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson and Donner Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro Dobel Tequila, Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, Pub Beer, Cheap Fun, and Window Nation. How's that power bar treating you as I hear a rapper being done?
Sorry.
That's okay. You never wait to the breaks. You do everything when we're on the air.
I'm trying to do all the producer stuff in the breaks. Hunt down NFL OTA audio for you.
That's okay. It's all right. I totally get it. You can chew. You don't need to tell us while you're chewing. I get it. It's early morning. A lot
little
going
chocolate
on.
chip cookie dough power bar right there.
Do you feel, okay, let me ask you this. I'm delaying a little college football here, and I want to get to it, but you've just taken my brain a different way.
It's okay.
Are you familiar who Robert Irvine is? Does that name ring a bell to you?
Yeah, Food Network.
Yeah.
He was a former military guy, got a British accent.
Huge guns.
Yeah, ginormous guns, yes.
He does the restaurant impossible thing. He makes you
Big fan of Robert Irvine.
Me too. In fact, famously, Robert Irvine did a restaurant in the Dalles years ago. And I think technically it'd be, my step-grandpa was a line cook at the time.
Oh, wow.
And it was a big deal in the family group chat. Hey, he's on Restaurant Impossible. You got to tune in tonight. And he's in it for maybe all of a minute. But it's when he brings the whole staff together and basically is like, your restaurant sucks. We're going to revamp it. And I'm going to bench press the whole building. And I like the show. I think he's good. Anyways, he has a line of power protein bars.
Oh.
And they sell them at Costco. And let me ask you this. The reason you got my gears going on.
Yeah.
I love the mint chocolate flavor. Now, I've looked at everything, and it's not loaded with sugar. It's loaded with about, 20 grams or 25 grams of protein, whatever
usually,
it is.
Yeah, 20.
But when I eat it, it tastes just like a candy bar.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're lying to us that these things are actually just doused in sugar, even though they don't say they have a ton of it. Do you eat that and go, this tastes like a candy bar more than a protein bar?
It does. However, having researched and obviously the keto stuff, monk fruit, if you find stuff that's the sweetener is monk fruit based, monk fruit's actually sweeter than sugar.
Really?
Yes.
But it's supposed to be healthier for you, right?
Yes, there's no calories in it.
Yeah, there you go. So if you have monk fruit in it, I guess you're okay.
So yeah.
But his bar is delightful. I just eat it, and I'm like, it tastes like I'm eating a candy bar.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm really buying how healthy it is for me, but I still dabble.
Of course.
Let's get to the kick times in college football.
Yes.
Let's start with my Beavs.
Okay, let me pull it up. Yeah, we
I
just
have it
got
right here.
Basically almost the entire
So here is the schedule. Are you ready? Are you writing this down? On September 5th, they're at Houston, 9 a.m. local kick, ESPN. So we got a little big nooner here for Oregon State as they're on the road returning to Houston. Houston famously was kind of getting beat up by them last year in Reser, which is kind of the story of their season, how many games they choked away. Now they return to Houston for the home and home, 9 a.m. our time, ESPN. Okay, good access point. Second game, home game. Here comes playoff hopeful, and maybe, we'll have to wait and see on this, Brendan Sorsby, known gambling addict, but also known really good quarterback, and Texas Tech coming in, Joey McGuire, 4:30 Pacific kick, CBS.
Great exposure.
We're off to a rip-roaring start.
Yep.
Game 3, September 19th, home against the Fighting Bill Orams. Montana Grizzlies coming back. I'll say this, Bill Orham's going to be on the show tomorrow. People have wanted me to rip a new one on Bill Orham. So I'm going to rip a new one on Mr. Move the Team. But I'm also going to tell him, I don't know if he's allowed to cover this game. He openly wears Montana gear. He openly brags about being a Grizzly alum. I don't know how unbiased he's going to be covering this game. I'm going to question the journalism to Bill Orham tomorrow.
I think if he's going to do a column or something on this, I think he should do it from first-person perspective, opposing fan now going to Reser.
That's a great idea.
Okay, how intimidated are we by being in a new conference? Do they seem,
Okay.
do it that way.
I like that.
And, give us keep track of the beers and those sorts of things. But, yeah, I would do it as a first-person opposing fan perspective on the new and hopefully improved Oregon State football program.
Well, this one's going to be a Pac-12 way after dark.
Way after dark.
This is an 8 p.m. game, but it's going to be on USA Network.
Yeah, so USA is part of the new TV deal with the new and improved Pac-12, 8, whatever it is.
This is where you will lose me. I don't know if they have trial runs, but I'm just going to tell you right now, on the outside looking in, I will not watch this game. They're at UTEP on September 26th, 6 p.m. Good kick time. Mountain West Plus.
Yeah, that's their.
How will I watch that?
You'll have to go to.
I'm not signing up.
It's a stream.
Well,
No,
yeah,
it's
I'm
free.
not-
It's
it's free?
Yeah, the Mountain West app or whatever it is free. You can go to YouTube and find it.
It's
and stream
ridiculous. I had to watch them at App State last year on the ESPN Plus
it.
app.
I'm boycotting because I don't want anything to do with El Paso anymore.
Oh, touche.
Yeah,
You're not going to watch because you've been to El Paso twice?
3 times.
3 times? That's why you're not going to watch?
Yeah.
I thought the ESPN Plus experience was terrible. They had the App State broadcasters doing the game. It was the camera quality was awful.
Yeah.
This one, 6 p.m. kick at UTEP.
I think the Mountain West Network at least has.
What's Mountain West Plus? Is that
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Is like it's kind of shaky.
okay.
October 3rd at Colorado State, 3 p.m. kick on USA Network. So nice little window there. October 10th, San Diego State, 3 p.m. USA Network at home. October 17th, Washington State at home, 3 p.m. USA Network. So 4 of your 7 games so far on USA. You're then a bye, and then on Halloween, they're at Fresno State. Now, this one's a shifty 4 p.m. or 8 p.m. game, USA Network. Texas State at home on November the 7th, 7:30 kick the CW. Boise State on November 14th. They're at Boise State, 3 p.m. USA Network. And then Utah State at home, 7:30 kick, and that looks like CBS Sports Network. My biggest takeaway from this before we get to Oregon, really good exposure. I know USA.
Easy to find.
Very easy to find
all the
90%
games but
of
one.
these games. Yeah.
There's one game you got to go searching for.
We're very familiar with CBS Sports Network at this point.
Yeah.
It's not a foreign channel.
No.
But you're opening ESPN, CBS, and then USA. Say what you want about it having a college football
USA,
game.
if you have
It's most bundles.
basic cable,
Hulu, if you have YouTube,
Yeah.
you have cable, satellite,
that
USA
is
is included in all.
accessible as any regular cable channel.
Exactly. So that was kind of my big takeaway. Kick times, the 8 p.m. kick, that's a little brutal. I'm not a big fan of that as a morning show host. But an 8 p.m. kick, other than that, good kick windows, good channel access. That's all you want to see. How accessible are your games? It was a big concern for them, I think, going into the media rights deal. And now that they've kind of figured some of that out, and we still haven't got numbers on that, by the way, it makes sense, and it looks very accessible. That's all fans, I think, in sports.
And it's going to be nationwide access.
Yeah.
Like if people are...
Even the CW game. Say what you want about it. CW's
but if you're
everywhere.
just channel surfing, you want to watch a game, what's going on, I'm looking for something, people can stumble across it.
On the other side of the coin, we've got the Oregon Duck kick times. Now, not all of them. A lot of flexibility going on, I think, in the Big Ten, the B1G.
Yeah, they will, because they have all the different networks that have, so they will have their non-conference games.
Yes.
And then they'll start doing the draft as we get closer to the season.
So they'll open the season, obviously, against Boise State. The Broncos coming back into Autzen Stadium, where they almost pulled off the upset a couple years ago. On September 5th, that is a 12:30 Pacific time game on CBS.
I think that's ideal.
I think it's great. I've always thought that's a perfect kick window. I know some people like it a little later for more tailgating purposes, but I believe that's the same window they whooped Oklahoma State's ass in, right?
Yeah, and that's an opening weekend. You're a little bit more excited. You can go down, make a day out of it. Monday will be Labor Day. So you've got an extra day. So if you want to stay in Eugene afterwards, go to a sports bar, hang out, tailgate afterwards, watch the other games, do all that stuff, take your time.
They then go to Oklahoma State on September 12th, and this one's a Bright and early, 9 a.m. our time
Yes.
kick, 11 a.m. Central time. Kickoff, though, ESPN.
ESPN.
That's a delightful little game.
Game will probably be over about 9:25 a.m.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
You don't think Oklahoma State's going to be in any way better?
They might
got a
be,
new
but it's
quarterback,
still
they got
a new
coach.
program, a new coach,
What-
all those sorts of
What
things.
did you know about Kurt Cignetti? Why are you doing that? We act like these teams don't bring in like 40 new guys if they need to.
I understand, but where did they all come from?
Where did Indiana guys come from?
A winning program in JMU with their coach.
Where was North Texas last year? Were they over?
That's true.
What do you mean that's true? That's how this coach got that job. What do you mean?
I know.
Why are you poo-pooing it?
I just think
They lost 69-3. Are they going to get that? Are they going to get worse than that?
No.
I'm not saying Oregon's going to lose. They probably won't. I'd probably bet Oregon to win by 14 or more. But acting like this game's done in 20 minutes that's a little bit of a stretch, is it not? A 9 a.m. local. How did they play last time at Northwestern 9 a.m. kick? They were sluggish.
That's true.
Northwestern kind of sucked.
That game was screwy, though. I think this will be. I mean, it'll be 11. Yeah, the Northwest. That
You're
Northwestern.
this game pretty big.
I am.
Wow.
I think it'll be over by 9:30.
What is the kid's name? Mestamaker?
Yeah.
I mean, what if he just dials it up? Brandon Finney, you have nothing to worry about, huh? All right.
I think they'll be. I think they'll be licking their chops.
Okay, licking their chops for what? They beat them 69-3. Like, how can you lick your chops when you've already eaten against them? I'm not saying they won't win. I would bet that they will win. I'm not worried about the loss. It's the, what time did you say? 9:25?
9:25.
I'm going to write that down
There
right
you go.
now. I'm putting it on a show sheet. We do these Post-it takes.
Yeah.
We have a couple already in the studio. I'm going to write right now on May 28th, Swag, Oregon, Oklahoma State, games done by 9:25. Now, if you think Oregon's going to win going away, certainly the position should be, technically you're kind of right, but if it's like 7-7 in the first quarter, you're wrong.
That's true.
So we'll have to wait and see on that one. 9 a.m. kick on ESPN. We have a Friday night game. I don't know how people feel about this one.
This will be tough because you're early in the high school football season, too.
It's a Friday night Portland State game, September 18th, 7:30 kick on the Big Ten Network.
Yeah.
You want to talk about games? 7:30 kick, this game's over by 7:55. You want to talk about games I will probably not be watching the second half of this game.
No.
And he will. And
Is your nephew still
it's
playing?
his senior season.
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to Nelson after the show today because I'm doing some stuff
There
there.
you go.
I'm hoping to see him. He's trying to gain weight.
Yeah.
He's playing middle linebacker. As I get older, I'm starting to become a little.
I don't mind
curmudgeon-y about
Friday night games later on in the season.
but early it's kind of tough.
Early, yeah, it's week 2
The weather's
or 3
usually
for the.
exceptional here too, so it's like,
Yeah, you
do I want to
wanna-
watch you play Portland State?
I
or
want to
watch
be
my-
outside on see the sunset going down
Dude.
as second quarter kicks
Oh.
going.
The sunset at Nelson. They stupidly made the stands in the sun,
Yeah,
but like when it sets at Nelson, it's beautiful to look
Yeah.
at, and it's a senior season. So this is definitely a game that like I probably have on my cell phone.
yeah.
And I don't watch the second half because they're up 35-0 at halftime. Let's see. We got
They set the Michigan State. That's
Michigan
their other
State
Friday game.
Friday, November 20th, 5 o'clock our time on Fox. And I don't know, is that another game that's over by 5:25?
Who knows at that point?
Really? Michigan State was dog crap last year,
I know.
but that game's open.
That could be a weather game.
Oh, I like that hunch.
You could have
November
snow. 20th. You could have snow going on. I mean, that's 8 p.m. in East Lansing the week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be weird weather stuff.
Should also be noted, I'm reading the Oregon announcement. Oregon and Baylor mutually agreed to cancel its home-and-home series in 27 and 28. I'm assuming that has partially to do with the Oregon State.
I think partially. I think they wanted to move one for 28, and then Baylor said, "Well,
We don't want just
we don't
one.
want just one, and we're
Yeah.
certainly not doing a one-off coming only to Eugene." So they're backed out of it.
And they added a home game against Coastal Carolina on September 11th in 2027.
Now that might be fun. The Chanticleers coming all the way out to Autzen.
You're a very bizarre observer of the schedule.
Yeah.
The Oklahoma State game is done in 10 minutes. That game's fun.
Well, I think for the Chanticleers, that's a huge deal.
Well, for them, it's everything, right?
Yeah.
Is Oregon worried about Coastal Carolina?
I don't know. They're one of those teams that always comes around. Is the same coach been there for a while? Was that our they're an interesting bunch.
You have a fun way of looking at college football.
I do.
I'm kind of excited about the
I want to
9
make it fun.
Oklahoma State game, and you're poo-pooing it. It's no big deal. Yeah. All right, there's your schedule, your kick times. Oregon State fans, basically, you have everything ready to set up, and Oregon's got most of it. Obviously, still have a big
There'll be
chunk
some
of your Big Ten
griping
games.
about those 7:30 kicks late at home in November.
Yeah, I mean,
Corvallis can be a little foggy and cold.
Corvallis?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 7:30 games, Utah State and Texas State. Yeah, I'm with you there. 8 o'clock is, even though the weather should be better at that point, 8 o'clock sucks. That's a super late kick.
Well, I think that's that might be the weekend before classes start.
I think you might be right on that.
So the students all coming in and having it a late night, like that might have more of a little party atmosphere than 7:30 in November against Texas State.
Well, from kick times to staying in college football, one AD quite pissed with his kick time and schedule release, and Greg Sankey, we're still the best. Never mind who wins the national championship. We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
First on the Fan, will the Knicks have an opponent for the NBA Finals after tonight? Thunder try to close out the Spurs in San Antonio. Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals tipped just after 5:30 on 910 ESPN Portland. Our pregame coverage will start at 5. Jalen Williams still questionable with the hamstring strain for OKC. Spurs 3.5-point favorites. The Portland Fire's winning streak is now at 3 games after a 71-61 victory over the Sun. Carla Late leading Portland with 20 points. The Fire forced 22 turnovers. They turned into 28 points. They will get the Atlanta Dream in town on Friday. PGA Tour completing the Texas two-step. They are in Dallas for the Charles Schwab Challenge. And Brian Harmon, Russell Henley have worked their way to the top of the leaderboard at 3 under par over a host of golfers, 15 of them, as a matter of fact, at 2 under. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
Hey, welcome back in. Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. We've got NFL to get to. Check in on some OTA audio. A couple stops in the National Football League. We'll talk some NFL. The defending champions are running it forward. So we'll talk with Brady Henderson coming up at 9:30. We got the Magic Hat to dive into coming up at 9. I have confirmed, unfortunately. Now, look, I don't buy them very often because of everything I just said. I have been confirmed via a Yuka rated app that indeed the protein bar I was just alluding to, the Fit Crunch bar,
Yes.
it's not rated very high in the protein bar scale.
Ah.
But I will say, for all the saturated fats it provides me, I'm willing to take that on than eat that Kirkland. Have you eaten the Kirkland protein bars that are in the shiny wrap? Oh, my God. Those are terrible. I'm usually a big Kirkland boy.
Yeah.
Like, I like what Kirkland does.
Yeah.
Those protein bars are the worst. They're disgusting. I have 2 boxes in a pantry. I'm never going to eat them. But I have also too much shame to throw them out. So I think they're just going to sit there for
You haven't been able to slough them off on your kids yet?
No, my kids eating protein bars is already pulling teeth. They want to eat those ones. Swag, they're gross. They taste like old Play-Doh. Yeah. They're that kind of consistency. It's disgusting. Let's roll on with college football as we just talked about the kick times. I got NFL again on the notes, and I want to dive into something at 8 that was talked about on our show, but also kind of aligned with something that I read after the show. And so we'll bring an audio mixed bag takeaway of something going on as it relates to our Portland Trailblazers at 8 a.m. today. But sticking in the world of college football, obviously kick times are a big deal. They're really getting people hot and bothered. Some people complain about night kicks and, oh, it's unfair. We got to do this game and that game. We've got one athletic director, Hunter Yurachek. Now, that name might sound familiar. He was the guy representing the College Football Playoff Committee last year.
Yes.
He is from, he's the AD at Arkansas. And he wrote a big lengthy post because their kick times got announced. And Hunter Yurachek said, I am extremely concerned and displeased about the recently released kickoff times for our football program in consecutive weeks this September and the impact it has on the well-being of our student athletes. ESPN has set our game at Utah for 9:15 p.m. Central Time on September 12th. We anticipate returning to campus at approximately 6 a.m. on Sunday, September 13th, followed by an 11 a.m. home kickoff against Georgia 6 days later. On September 19th, the assigned schedule will cost our student athletes nearly a full day of rest and recovery that they would otherwise have available to them. This is not simply a competitive disadvantage. It is a genuine welfare issue for the young men who represent our program and contribute greatly to the bottom line of our television partners. Someone call CPA on the schedule makers at ESPN. How dare they do this to Arkansas? Is he new to college football?
I don't know what.
Do you know how many schools this happens to?
You want to
tell Washington?
You want to call Cal and Stanford?
Yeah, who have to go to like Miami, and then the next week they're like hosting an ACC game. Like, do you want to talk to all the other
ACC will play on Thursday nights
It's ridiculous. I do feel bad for the student athletes. It's been going on for a long time.
Well, my first question is, when do classes actually start in Arkansas?
They might be an early.
Do they start early?
Yeah.
So if they have classes, and that's actually, something that's important to the program.
Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, this says August 24th. Classes in Arkansas.
So they start early.
Yeah.
All right.
Usually, I think most universities outside of our window are kind of late.
Yeah. Oregon State have notoriously always started late in September.
As a former student, I loved it. I'd be done in early mid-June. And I wouldn't be back till almost October.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of the smaller private schools like Linfield, UPS was this way.
Yep.
We'll start at the end of August and be done
May
before Memorial Day.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I hear what he's saying. He's not wrong to point some of this out, but as Sankey was asked about this, as it was pointed out, part of our contract agreement is allowing the networks to make the schedule.
You want to know why your school gets $85 million?
Yeah, dude. You want $100 million every year? Well, ESPN is going to have a say in some of this. So is it great? No, but this is what's been going on for a long time.
And I will also say, let's calm down compared to some of the other sports that play multiple times per week and maybe don't fly charter and all of those things.
He added at the end because he wrote a whole big thing and then posted, the letter. He added this: I formally requested that the SEC office and ESPN aggressively pursue an alternate solution for one or both kick times during the consecutive weeks. The focus must be on the well-being of the game's participant, not the bottom line of our media partner. To which, if I'm ESPN, I'm responding, thank you, Hunter, for your feedback. We pay you $90 million. Shut up. Sincerely, ESPN. Come on, man. I just thought that was ridiculous. Greg Sankey is in the news again because we've got SEC spring media.
So SEC coaches meetings going on somewhere in a coastal locale of Florida.
I'm a very big fan that this is becoming a thing now. As a radio host who loves college football, I like that we're basically getting 2 media days now.
Yes.
So this is great in my opinion. And you don't have to agree with everything these guys are saying from any of the conferences. But Greg Sankey at yesterday's SEC coaches media gathering was basically asked, what's wrong with you guys? Why does the Big Ten own you? And you could tell he was ready because take a listen to how he defends the SEC still being the best.
And let's go back to the Peach Bowl. Was it January 1st, 2022? Field goal sales left. Georgia wins. We're great. The margins are so thin. So Michigan beat Alabama in the Rose Bowl in overtime. Last year, you look at the Texas-Ohio State game. Texas scores. There's a screenplay, breaks the game open. You go to possessions in the red zone, really close, and there's a turnover. And I use those. And this year, the ball's in the air. Ole Miss, Miami. I'm standing in the end zone. Pretty good grab. That wasn't a Hail Mary. That was an attempt to score a touchdown on the last play. I mean, those are small margins between winning and losing. We prevailed on those small margins a number of times. You think about the onside kick in Phoenix in 2016 against Clemson. You kind of go down the line. We had some blowouts. If you look at the entirety of our league, we are by far the most competitive, the strongest football league, by far. But you're going to lose games when it's close and competitive like that. So why have they surpassed us? It's an oddball. It's bounced a couple times the wrong way. Indiana was pretty dominant in the Rose Bowl last year. A lot of other games you look pretty close margin, and we've been the beneficiary on those.
So who wrote out all of these examples that he could cite? I'm not saying he does. I think Greg Sankey knows ball. I think Greg Sankey watches and follows, obviously. But somebody was like, hey, you might get dealt this question because the Big Ten's won 3 straight national championships. Yeah. And I believe over the course of the last 2 years, they're 4-0 against the SEC. If I read that correctly.
In the playoff?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
clearly he was ready for this question. Now, let me ask you this. Do you agree with him? Are they still the best conference despite not winning a title for 3 straight years?
No, I think the middle of their conference, and this is why I'm glad they are going to 9 conference games. They are going to play a 10th against another power school.
Same.
I think a lot of their records and a lot of their rankings and ratings and metrics are all trumped up by their traditionally soft non-conference schedules. They'll point to one big game, but if you look at the other 3, a lot of tissue paper going on there. I want to see when they have to go week in, week out with the attrition that some of the other conferences, the ACC and the Big Ten, go through, because they need a little extra high-profile game in a non-conference or whatever. I think the middle of their conference is just as soft as the Big Ten. When you match them up,
I think you're kind of right on that. Now, what I would say is, like, if you think from top to bottom the SEC is better, that's fine. But on your point there, though, the middle of it,
yeah.
Much like the way we're talking about the Spurs Thunder series, like where it's the Thunder win. Oh yeah, the Thunder won. What's wrong with Wemby? And then the Spurs win. Oh my, he's Hercules, right? I kind of think this is what happens in college football between these two conferences, because when you mention, Swag, if you say Minnesota to a college football fan,
yeah,
what are they thinking?
Minnesota,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Okay, all right.
Are they rowing the boat? Which way are they rowing the boat?
Exactly. It's like, what's the big deal there? If I was to give you the SEC and I said
Tennessee,
Kentucky, what are you thinking? Auburn.
Yeah.
You're probably thinking higher than what they really are. Now, Auburn is a good example because they've won a title, right? Obviously, Minnesota probably won't ever win a title. My point is, like, when these teams are not high-end, they somehow still get a reputation, I think, in people's brains to say, Auburn? Auburn's great. They were 1-7 in SEC play last year.
Yeah.
1-7.
Well, but I also think this is where it comes, the perception also comes down to the SEC still gets more players, I think, across all of their schools.
Ooh, maybe that's
drafted.
The case. Let me look this up because I almost did this as a topic.
Because I think the Big Ten's right there with them, but like how many come from Ohio State and Michigan and Oregon and USC versus up and down the entire conference?
So this says, give me a second here. Okay. So I believe in the early rounds it was more Big Ten, but overall
how much
the
of that
SEC
was
won.
Ohio State and Oregon? And
Ohio State had what?
Like 5 in the first round or
whatever? It was
whatever?
crazy what Ohio State had.
But if you look at the number of schools in the SEC that gets guys drafted and how many of them each have like 2 or 3?
Yeah, the Big Ten ended the SEC's 19-year run of dominance over the first round in 2026. So the SEC has just been a juggernaut in that regard. Yeah. And not that that's the end all be all. I still think you take overall who had the most players drafted from top to bottom, the SEC. So maybe to a certain extent, Sankey I don't think is really far-fetched to suggest the conference from top to bottom. But you also, what would
very
Greg
bottom
Sankey,
of the Big Ten is awful.
It is. But why do we not say that about the what's Mississippi State to people?
Well, there's 2 less teams in the SEC.
Well, okay, yeah, all right, there's that. What they also brought in, 4 new teams with UCLA, USC, Oregon, Washington. Mm-hmm. So, like, it's funny how the bottom of one conference is terrible, and I'm not refuting that. The bottom of the SEC, South Carolina next year, maybe they should be in the top 15 preseason. Like, that's how they get kind of viewed, and we'll have to kind of wait and see on it.
And that's why there's been discussions of setting something up, SEC and Big Ten, and a scheduling thing. And that's why I wish they would do it the way they do in basketball. I think it would be if they did it all on one Saturday or one weekend.
But he's holding on a top-to-bottom argument, right? If Greg Sankey had the reverse happening where, let's say, the Big Ten had lost 3 straight national championships and the SEC had won those, do you think he's asked that question? If he is, what's he saying? He says, well, maybe a top-to-bottom argument is something you point out. We don't do that. We pride ourselves on being the best.
We win championships.
We win championships.
Yeah.
I think the same could be said for the Big Ten. Like even in the NFL draft, as an example of this, the Big Ten last year, the SEC had 7 first-round selections in the first round. It's their lowest since 2015.
Yeah.
So, like, is the bottom of the SEC better than the bottom of the Big Ten? I guess if you want to hold
so.
on to that, you can. That's whatever.
I think
We're talking about the cream of the crop here.
Yeah.
And right now, it's the Big Ten, dude.
Yep.
So defend it however you want to defend it. The Big Ten is taking your cookies. And
the
Ohio
Big Ten
State
did it with 3 different
Indiana.
teams. It wasn't Ohio State. It wasn't the same
No,
team.
it's Michigan, Ohio State, and Indiana.
And
now.
Indiana.
Yeah, so it's not one team. For
Right.
how many years did Saban? Was
Exactly.
it Saban, right? So
Yeah.
I'm enjoying watching. The SEC still has all of the pageantry and hype.
They're feeling it behind
They
the
are.
scenes.
You can tell they are. He doesn't go to and the onside kick in 2016, like 10 years ago, an onside kick reference?
Exactly.
You can tell they're kind of like folding themselves into convincing themselves, well, we're actually, dude, give them their credit. They won 3 straight national championships. The top of that conference, I think, is better than the top of your conference. You got to go earn it. And you wouldn't be doing all this defense stuff if you had won 3 straight and they were trying to say a similar argument. So really funny to listen to some of the big names, I think, in the sport try to pretzel the way. We're still the best, even though we haven't been actually technically the best for 3 straight years. A lot more to get into. Something interesting I observed and something that we heard on the show that I'm going to bring you at 8 a.m. It's a Magic Hat Thursday. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. Is this actually the summer to do something big in Portland? And does the history of the league for largely most of our lives suggest that indeed it is? Contrary to one opinion we heard on the show yesterday, how active and aggressive should our Trailblazers be this summer? We'll talk about that coming up at 8 a.m. Read something yesterday that was very interesting, and as you may remember, we had Ben Golliver on of ESPN, and he gave us his thoughts on the current state of the Trailblazers, Tommy Two Nickels, and what he or how he views the offseason for our beloved Blazers. We'll get into that coming up at 8. It's a Magic Hat Thursday. We'll get to that at 9. Brady Henderson's going to join us coming up at 9:30. So I'm looking forward to all the other narrative-based stuff as we wind down of some of these spring media availability things in college football. We kind of have to wait. I said this before, and I think it's going to happen again. Usually you get a Lanning bussin' with the boys type interview. I think we're going to get that again. I know we've had a couple. I watched Yogi's. I thought that was really good. I watched George Reister's. I thought that was good. But, you know, when he gets on with some of the slightly bigger national name guys in the sphere, he kind of tends to let loose a little more. And so I think we're going to get some more response from guys like Lanning as the offseason goes on before we get to fall camp. So college football is never a dull. It's year-long now, and they've done a good job of building it up that way. Random baseball segment here, Swag, I wanted to throw at you because I want to give you credit. You said pretty confidently Mariners were going to handle the A's, and they did. What was the final? Was that 5-1 was the final?
9-1.
9-1, thank you. I kept following it because I can't watch the Mariner games, and it was 5-1 at one point, and so I was like, okay, that game's basically over. They won 9-1. With that win, we noted the AOS being entirely under 500 yesterday. With that win yesterday, the Mariners are only now one game under 500, but first place.
They're in first place.
First place, Ebbs.
Yep.
They're a plus 24 run differential. It's far and away the best one in that division. You got the Rangers, who are in third, and they're 2 games back. They're a -1. The A's, who are in second, are a -25. And then you've got Astros -41 and the Angels at a -62. So not a great start. Shaky, beginning of the year for a couple of the big names of the Mariners. They've been some weird things. Did you see that Castillo? He was rolling the other day. He had like 6 innings pitched. Wilson took him out, or maybe it was 7 innings. He was rolling. Took him out, brought in another pitcher because they have 6 starters, not 5. And he basically had to be talked to by Dan Wilson on the bench. He was pissed off, dude. He's like, dude, I'm rolling right now. What are you doing? And so very interesting little start to their season. All of that being said, they're in first place.
Yeah.
Because their division sucks.
Their division sucks.
It's pretty bad. So no panic. We've been saying that the whole time. Jordan Schultz is still wearing his Mariner thong.
That's right.
There was
They've
never
called
a reason
up
to
Colt
freak out.
Emerson. He's playing at third. Donovan's hurt.
He accomplished the hitting cycle. Was it 29, 30
Hey,
games into his career?
He hit a home run in his debut.
It was his first hit.
Yeah.
So he's had a triple, single, double, and a home run now. I think he's hitting in the 240 to 245 range, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see if
So it's not been awful for him. It's been a nice little start to his career in the call-up, and they're in first place now. Sticking in their division. Now, this is something I've been following for over a week, and I've been reading about it because I don't want to watch the team. The Angels have been pretty terrible.
They're awful.
Like, they won the World Series somehow in 2002. I would say outside of that, my entire life, they have sucked.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't care if you made the playoffs one time with Mike Trout. You got swept. It didn't really matter. They're terrible. The funny thing is their owner is notoriously, awful. He had an interview this past offseason.
Artie
Moreno. And he did an interview, and he came out, and you may remember these quotes. He was like, something to the effect of, paraphrasing, fans don't care about winning. Fans care about the experience. Well, and you may think this is a joke, the Angels fans that do exist, they are calling this out now. I don't know if you've observed this. So down in Anaheim at home games, You know the wave of take your top off at losing
Yeah,
games?
the tarps off has gotten
tarps off
out of
thing.
control now. It's all over the place.
It started with a bunch of losing teams and fans doing it as a jokey thing to the winning teams fans started doing this.
There was a group of Cardinals fans, I think it was Cardinals fans, and the manager, Carlos Marmol, Ollie, what's Ollie's name? Anyway, the manager of the Cardinals invited like the group leaders in and met the team one day, and that got a whole bunch of viral stuff going.
That's great.
And now I can't turn on an MLB game. You get into the seventh inning, and there's some section way up, and all of a sudden there's 40 dudes with their shirts off, and 39 of them should not have their shirts off.
I mean, it's becoming a little bit of a culty sports fan bro thing to do, but whatever. They're having a good time out there. I think it's gone a little far. Whatever. Anyways, they're doing this at Angels games now, except they're not doing it just to be bro-y, and they're doing it as a protest. They have signs in this section, and they're chanting things like, sell the team, sell the team. And it's gotten so loud because these Angel games are empty.
They're empty, yeah.
Nobody
Unless
goes
the Dodgers are there and all the Dodger fans show up, or the Padres fans show up.
Yeah, if there's a blue blood of baseball in town, they'll show up from the opposing. But for home games, when it's Angels and Rangers,
Angels and Royals,
nobody's at this game. And so these people have collectively started these chants, so much so that like the media following and at the games
starting to interview them.
They've asked the players, and they're like, "Are you hearing it?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're hearing it. I don't know what to do about it." The manager has completely ignored the questions. I don't know what their manager's name is.
I don't know who's managing. I think
wasn't Ron Washington the manager there, and then he left with an he had cancer.
Where are they?
And they had to they replaced him. Anyways, he's been asked about it, and he was like, fans are gonna be fans, and he won't answer it. They're at least taking it a step further in Anaheim, and they're actually starting to try to put pressure on Moreno to sell the team. Now, I don't know if that's going to work in any way. It's just something very interesting to observe from afar of hey, Angels fans are starting to care a little bit to the point of calling out this crappy-ass owner who, frankly, guys like this don't deserve to own a sports franchise.
No. Kurt Suzuki is the current manager of the Angels.
Kurt
Former
Suzuki.
Athletics catcher is where I remember him.
There you go, Kurt Suzuki. So he's been avoiding the question, but it's happening down in Anaheim, the pressure cooker of sell the team for Artie Moreno.
He doesn't want to get fired, so he doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole.
There's no doubt about that. The first-place team in the AL East, you aware who it is?
Have the Rays overtaken the Yankees?
The Rays, well, I think they overtook them. It's kind of been a back-and-forth battle. They're a game and a half up right now.
Yeah.
So I looked this stat up because I saw a blurb about the Rays and how the Rays are trying to fundamentally zig while Major League Baseball for almost a decade has
they're trying
zagged.
to play small ball, steal bases, bunt, do all that, and just
they're not
create.
Trying. They are.
They're doing it, and they're creating havoc, and all these pitchers don't know what to do with it.
So they have a plus 24 run differential. They are third to last in the bigs in home runs hit.
Yeah.
This is literally a small ball.
And that's a home run little dome, too. It's
absolutely
not like it's a cavernous stadium.
They're just trying to chop the ball and get the ball into the outfield to get on base. They're going back to small ball. And a lot of baseball fans, even if they're not watching the Rays games, are basically saying, this is great. Now, they lost yesterday. They're a game and a half up on the Yanks, but nobody had the Rays as a first-place team this year, and they're doing it, thankfully, because they're bringing back what the Oakland Athletics once did of just get a guy on base.
Yeah.
Let's not think about launch angle and velocity, exit velocity. It's just
take
get
your
the bat
walks.
on the ball.
If they're going to give you first base, take first base.
Work the count, have good pitching. That's their entire MO. So, it's very interesting to watch from afar. I'm not diving into race
there were
stuff.
some that thought more teams were going to do this when they initiated the rule changes a few years ago with the bigger bases and the pitch or the pitch clock.
Nobody's doing it like them.
No.
Nobody's doing it like them, especially in that division with those power hitters. It's been pretty impressive. So, a couple baseball notes and observations of what's going on in Major League Baseball that I've been kind of following. I didn't want to talk about Braves losing 8-0 to the Boston Red Sox yesterday. That wasn't great. That kind of hurt.
Did they take the series, though?
No, I think they have a game today.
Oh, okay.
I think the getaway day is today because they won the first game 7-6. They lost yesterday 8-0.
Yes, 110.
Yeah, 110.
You get a little afternoon baseball out there, getting your workout in Arnie's.
Loaded third hour of the radio program. Magic Hat in the fourth, Brady Henderson in the fourth. But coming up in the third hour, is this the time for the Blazers to strike? Do you want them to be aggressive, or is the new owner make you nervous? A little history on this. We kick off the third hour there. Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Oklahoma City Thunder trying to close out the Spurs in San Antonio tonight to get to the NBA Finals. It's Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. Tip set for 5:30. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland. Pregame coverage begins at 5. Jalen Williams is still questionable with the hamstring strain for OKC. A.J. Mitchell is out. Spurs 3.5-point favorites. The Portland Fire have run their winning streak to 3 games with a 71-61 victory over the Connecticut Sun. Carla Late leading Portland with 20 points. And the Fire forced 22 turnovers from the Sun for 28 points. The Atlanta Dream come to Moda Center for a Friday night tilt. PGA Tour is at Colonial Country Club, completing the Texas two-step. Hideki Matsuyama and Russell Henley at 4 under par, leading the proceedings. You have 6 golfers tied at 3 under, including Keegan Bradley, Brian Harmon, and Max Homa. More sports scores and stories, 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and what we like to call the Fan Sports Network, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, YouTube. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hope your Thursday is going all right. Nice and easy. We got a breakfast. I'm craving a burrito. I got to be honest with you. I didn't eat anything this morning. I need one bad. Just hitting today, you know? It's one of those days.
We'll see if somebody might be able to find us one here.
It'd be nice.
It'd be
I had
nice.
a couple employees in here yesterday before 8 a.m., and I'm like, what are you guys doing here? And they're like, we're here all the time early. I'm like, bull
No,
crap,
we see when everybody comes in.
9:15.
Yeah.
9:30.
Usually the
Get outta
first
here.
ones roll in around 8:45.
8:45-ish, yeah. So I have to figure that one out. A lot to get to in the third hour. I got some NFL OTA audio, and we got Brady Henderson at 9:30 today. So we'll talk a little NFL. We have college football on the show. Talk some National Football League. Got the Magic Hat coming up an hour from right now. See if Swag's added anything to the old Magic Hat.
I might have something
Okay.
that is the obscure sports that I tend to follow.
Oh, you got some weird sports thing?
It's not weird. It
Oh, okay.
could one of them come to a grinding halt?
Oh, okay. Not the World Cup USA roster reveal?
No, not that.
Okay. All right. I saw that, and I was like, I don't know these names. I'm going to need Jason Swigard's thoughts.
I don't know too many. I know a few of them. As is the issue, our best players play over in Europe. And
Yeah,
so other
that's-
than
tends to be what
Pulisic,
happens.
who everybody has known for quite some time, some of the other top names have been playing in the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga, but people don't know.
So yesterday we had Ben Golliver on.
We did.
Newly ESPN,
Could not be happier
Crown
for
employee.
somebody in the media than him,
genuinely as nice a dude as he sounds on the radio.
and genuinely works his tail off.
He does. He does a good job. He loves ball. Ball's been his whole life, and he gave us a nice update that the Blazers will not indeed be a Kalamazoo Kazoo.
Yeah,
So that was good news to find out.
that was fun.
It's weird how the universe sometimes lines
I know.
everything up, isn't it? Anyways, we had Ben Golliver on, and we dove into like the Tommy Two Nickels and
Yeah.
the cheap Dundon stuff, and he kind of took the same approach as us. It's like some of that stuff's not great to hear, but also what do I gauge him on?
Yeah.
But he dove into the offseason. I thought this was more interesting than the Tommy Dundon stuff, okay? Because I'm kind of exhausted of it. We need to allow more time to happen. We're judging a guy like 4 months onto the job when the last
Right.
owner owned it for 20-plus years and had some really good stuff and also had some really awful stuff.
Yes.
But like, oh, how dare Tom Dundon have a questionable 4 months on the job? It's the free agency stuff, the trade stuff, the offseason stuff. I am the most interested in all of that. Okay, we have coach audio from Golliver we can play. But I straight up asked him, Dundon is the new owner. It seems like he wants to be aggressive. He's kind of indicated as much.
Yeah.
We know the new owner splash is a thing. And Ben Golliver said, if I'm a Blazer fan, I don't know about this approach.
At the same time, when you start to see some of these comments and some of these judgments that he's making, doesn't it make you nervous, the idea of a splash trade, right? We saw that down in Phoenix with Matt Ishbia. First day on the job, boom, give me Kevin Durant. Well, they're still digging out of that one. It's been like 3 years. They're trying to figure out how to retool things. And obviously that didn't really lead anywhere in the playoffs. It did not pan out like they thought it would. So that new owner syndrome, the idea of like, hey, I want to make my mark. I'm smarter than the previous people who own this group. This is a diamond in the rough organization that I'm going to turn around. A lot of very successful people, and Tom Dundon certainly is very successful from a financial standpoint. A lot of them, they think that they've got it all figured out, when in actuality it sounds like he's still learning the NBA game. So to me, if I was a Blazers fan, I would be nervous at the idea of him trying to make a big splash this summer. I'm not sure I would trust his judgment to make that splash.
I find it interesting. So this is why I like guys like Oliver. They make me think about how I feel about something. And this is something that I'm not one that thinks you should be slow building forever and then you just hope 1 year. Like, I want the team to be good. I want the team to establish some consistency of good culture and winning. I do think that's important. I also don't want to be overly cautious and never try to take the swing. Now, you can certainly suggest, and his point is, how did that work out for Phoenix? That's a very valid thing to ask. I would say this. Well, they took a swing that a lot of teams, I think right now, that don't have a new owner would take. How many teams, and I'm being legitimate when I ask this, how many teams, if they knew it didn't take the world to get, would bring in a Kevin Durant? Even at his age.
Yeah.
They would probably say, locker room liability maybe.
I mean, the biggest question there
burner
is,
accounts.
At this point, I think the lesson that people learned is, does Kevin Durant want to be there?
He's not a leader. Okay,
yeah.
Kevin Durant is a bucket getter.
But you have Damian Lillard, who is the clear voice and presence in the locker room.
Jrue Holiday is there.
Exactly.
Right? Like, unless you move him. But my point is, like, it's not a new owner syndrome only to bring on Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has moved around a little bit, has he not?
Yes.
Okay, so Golden State welcomed him in with open arms.
And that worked for a while.
That wasn't a new owner.
And it might work great in Portland because there's a lifespan on that.
No doubt. Brooklyn took a chance. They got close. They were a toe away, but they didn't quite work.
That chemistry
right?
didn't work at all.
Houston's not a new owner, are they?
Fertitta's been there for a while.
Exactly. So, like, my point isn't to say that Ben is necessarily wrong. It's just to simply point out we do have evidence of new owner syndrome. We had a new owner in Minnesota. A new guy running it. How was that gone? They took a huge swing on Rudy Gobert, and you can say they overpaid on Rudy Gobert. Maybe. They were in back-to-back conference finals.
Yep.
They came kind of close, and they weren't even healthy. So, for all the bad new owner things you can point to, and the Ishbia Sun one is the most recent because they fell on their face last year. But let's not overlook, they made the playoffs the year before. Now, it didn't go well for them. And then they fell on their face. It also didn't help that Bradley Beal just literally couldn't play basketball anymore.
Yes.
And so they had to financially, they're buying their way out of that. They took a swing that most of the league would take in getting Kevin Durant. They pivoted out. How'd they do this year? They made the playoffs.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't have to be happy about an 8 seed, but like they went from not making it with Kevin Durant to pivoting out and making it without Kevin Durant. So I don't want to be sitting here paralyzed by the idea of fear that a new owner for me, and by the way, is there not a general manager here? So just like everything is going to, and I know Tom Dundon will ultimately be the guy who signs off,
right?
Yay or nay. But like the idea that Tom Dundon is also going to execute the trade, that's Joe Cronin's department.
That's Cronin's department.
Okay, so if there is a move to be made, I don't know if Giannis is the right move. I don't. But I also don't want to be beholden or stung by the idea that you shouldn't even try if you think you can make the roster much better. I don't sit in the world of fear of, well, he's a new owner. We can't. So what are we going to do? Nothing?
This team can't do
nothing. A fringe move?
I think the thing this one's all about context. Is he coming in and saying we have to shake it up to let everybody know things are going to be different here?
I think he wants to win.
He wants to win. And if that's the motivation, and he's prepared to make a big splashy move if it presents itself, but as long as everybody is of the belief that it will make the team significantly better. The tricky part that he will need education on, that Joe and his guys need to tell him is, again, we can make this big splashy move, but the way that the CBA and contracts and everything works in the NBA, if you swing big and miss, it could be. And I think that's one of the things Ben was pointing out.
There are ramifications of it.
There are ramifications.
No
you
doubt.
Can't go and undo it within a season. You have to eat some stuff for maybe 2 or 3 years.
Well, yeah.
That's the tricky part.
True.
That I think Cronin and the front office staff really have to. And it's on them to explain to Tom. It's like, okay, we can do this.
But he's already talked about that in a certain extent. He goes, and the league is, you make these moves and you try, and if it doesn't work, well, then you got to find and work your way out of it. So as long as he understands the ramifications of if it doesn't work or goes south or we get another injury that derails everything. I just also think there's a middle ground here. You don't have to make the Giannis trade.
No.
I think you can make a move that makes you better, and I don't think that they're going to be able to gain ground from where they're at to beating the Spurs or Thunder in one offseason.
No.
I'm not, but I'm also sitting largely pat and telling me what did you do this season, and they didn't make a big trade, and the explanation from them is an easy one. I can already hear it in my head. Well, Dame didn't play last year, so that in a way that's like picking up a free agent. And, we thought Rob will. He stayed relatively healthy, and he gave us great production, and we gave him the mid-level. I can already hear how not making a real move is going to be sold to us in the media. And
on top of that, if they do make a change at the head coaching position.
And the head coaching job is
new.
He,
when we were talking, he had a different idea on how this roster could be utilized.
You see it and you hear it because we already went through that. We've gone through that, right?
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what the move is. I'm not the general manager, but this being paralyzed that he's new and he said a couple things with his foot in his mouth, to me, and I don't know if anybody else feels this way, I don't sit here and go, well, you're right, let's not do it. Let's just add Jeff Van Gundy and call it good, man. No, let's address our three-point shooting problem. It's terrible. It was the worst in the playoffs.
That should be something that you can be able to figure out. Now, it might not be,
it's not a priority to me? Signing Matisse Thybulle on the vet min.
No.
A priority to me is get shooting.
Yeah.
Matisse is a good defender. If you can't shoot, your defense means nothing to me.
Exactly.
And so, and I'm one that, thinks their defense is fine. I don't think it's as good as being sold. And I do think, proper context, I do think you need to take their schedule into account this past season for how they played defensively. You can tell me, well, they're all finally healthy. Yeah, their schedule also was dog crap. I mean, they played the literal bottom of the NBA at the end of the year. That also has to be part of the conversation, which leads me to this. Because that quote that we gave out with Golliver yesterday, was interesting back and forth with people on social media. And you can chime in at 503-864-6326. Are you also hoping they don't make a big splash trade this offseason because of a new owner? Where are you at? Or do you want them to try? So, Swag, yesterday I'm reading ESPN. And it kind of is weird. I mentioned how the universe lines up. So we have Golliver, we have the quote, right? Zach Cram, who has now gone from The Ringer to ESPN, is also another writer. So they've hired a couple writers here. Zach Cram of ESPN wrote about how NBA championship finals rosters are built far more through through free agency and trades than they are the draft. In fact, he points to the Spurs as actually a huge outlier. So it's interesting to go through this because he gives us actually some number evidence here, okay? So I'm going to read a couple blurbs through this article, and I want to get your take on this. Out of the 100 players who were top 5 picks from 2000 to 2019, 44 won a playoff series as a rotation player for their original team. That means 56 who never fulfilled the team's heavy draft investment with a single playoff advancement, okay? So you go through this, and he starts to chart it out, and he starts to look at guys. The player in this group, so on average, the draft's top 5 will have 3 players who never win a playoff series for the team that drafted them, 1 player who wins 1 or 2 series, and 1 player who wins 3 or more. Okay? The players in this group with the most playoff series victories with the original team is the number 5 pick, Dwayne Wade, with 22 over 13 seasons in Miami before he left in free agency. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have 15 in Boston and could eventually catch D. Wade. And there are far more top picks with trajectories like Nikolai Skitsavili, Raymond Felton, and Sheldon Williams, who were all picked number 5 in the 2000s but never won a playoff series with the original team. The dream of a decade plus of production for a franchise cornerstone also doesn't materialize very often. On average, top 5 picks from 2000 to 2019 lasted 5.1 seasons with their original team, with 56% lasting until their 5th year and 44% leaving before then. Only 6% played at least 10 seasons with their initial team. Yep. Tatum will bump that figure to 7 next year.
Yeah.
And what did we talk about in Portland for years? Tank. Now, should we have tanked better for Wemby? Yes. That's not even an argument. But we largely lean into that. And I've always viewed trades in free agency as an interesting thing. We don't get big free agents, but trading is absolutely something in our wheelhouse.
Trading is how the Blazers have, for the most part, other than the big draft picks, Walton, Drexler, Dame, that's how they have been able to have the most meaningful roster additions in their history.
I mean, look at 2 lead guards. One didn't win last year, but might have had he not gotten hurt, and one won it all last year and might win it again this year. SGA and Halliburton. How did they get on their teams?
Yeah.
Trades.
Jalen Brunson
this year. Trades, right? The Spurs really are. Actually, if you look at the history of draft, like in the modern, kind of lottery type stuff, right? You kind of look at the Spurs
First
from
lottery,
their titles all through up to now. They're kind of the weird outlier, largely.
Yeah, because they drafted David Robinson, they drafted
Tim
Duncan, they drafted, and then they got Ginobili and Parker, and that was, at the end of the first round or second round.
Here's another interesting one. Looking back with a wider lens, only 3 out of the 26 Finals MVPs trophies this century have gone to players who landed on a team via its own top 5 pick. 3 out of 26. It's kind of crazy. So 11 have been via free agency or sign and trade. LeBron, Shaq, KD, Iguodala, and Billups. 4 via draft pick. Kobe twice, Jaylen Brown, and Kawhi. 2 of the 4 are Kobe Bryant. 2 via trade. SGA and Kawhi Leonard for the Raptors. 3 via top 5 pick. 2 are Duncan, 1 is Wade. 3 via late lottery, Curry, Dirk, Paul Pierce. 2 post-lottery first round, Giannis and Tony Parker. And 1 second round, Jokic. It's kind of nuts. Not that we don't know trades are important. It's just merely to point out, acting like you're just going to sit back. And maybe this draft could be a different one, right? Certainly the Wemby draft could impact everything for the Spurs. It's just a very interesting, we're so tank and pick and largely the league is telling you, dude, you got to be active. You got to shape and shift your team via trades because you're not going to be much of a free agency destination.
We know that.
And the draft has,
and that's not going to change with Duncan.
And how's the draft gone for us, by the way, lately?
Yeah.
Scoot doesn't look like the guy that's going to lead you anywhere. Shaden feels like a guy that might get traded this offseason. And, Klingon was good this year. I don't know what his ceiling is yet. I think he's a very good player, but kind of wait and see. One of the more impactful players, their most impactful this year was Denny. Trade. And who was one of the more other impact players?
Drew Holiday.
Well, Drew Holiday via trade, Tumani Kamara. Young player we got in a trade.
Yeah.
So it's I got other numbers I wanted to point out on this of pairing with Ben Golliver's comments of not making a trade or not making a big splash trade because of the fear of the new owner syndrome versus you've got some pretty good assets, man, and you took a step this year as a 7 seed. what the wiggle room is there, and should they be aggressive? You can chime in at 503-864-6326. Carry that over next on 105.1 The Fan.
Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, will the Knicks have an opponent in the NBA Finals after tonight? The Thunder trying to close out the Spurs in San Antonio, Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals. Tip set for 5:30. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland with pregame coverage beginning at 5 o'clock. A.J. Mitchell still out for OKC. Jalen Williams questionable with a hamstring strain. Spurs holding as 3.5-point favorites. Non-conference college football kick times got announced on Wednesday. Ducks open the season September 5th, 12:30 against Boise State on the Big Ten Network. Week 2, they're on the road in Stillwater at Oklahoma State, an early 9 a.m. kick on ESPN. Week 3, they get a Friday night tilt against Portland State, 7:30. That one will be on the Big Ten Network. PGA Tour with the Texas Two-Step. Historic Colonial Country Club for the Charles Schwab Challenge. 4 players now tied at 4 under, including Russell Henley, Keegan Bradley, Mackenzie Hughes, and Michael Thorbjornsen. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Welcome back in. It is 8:25 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. Good morning. You can chime in at the fan text line, which is 503-864-6326. Good morning on YouTube as well. Talking a little bit about this clip we played from Ben Golliver. I'll play one more clip for you, but also Zach Cram of ESPN writing a pretty interesting article on, do top 5 picks really get you NBA championships? We like to think that they do, but really the history since 2000 suggests they don't. Now, again, as they highlight, the Spurs are kind of the outlier here. The Spurs have hit on the ones that you need to hit on: David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama. And we'll have to wait and see, by the way, on Spurs with Wemby. They haven't won the title. They're maybe eliminated tonight.
I think Cooper Flagg will be a curious test because he was such a overwhelming number one, but obviously the Mavericks are going to have to start over from scratch with him.
Well, also, playing into account here, because I'm not going to get to every blurb, I'd highly advise you guys to read it. It's a pretty interesting article, I think, to read from a Blazer lens. Like, LeBron doesn't count here. Because to his point, it's about you drafted him, they stayed on the team and won the title. He's a very unique case of he was the number 1 pick.
And then he took his talents to South Beach.
Yeah.
Came back. Are they counting that one Cleveland title when he came back?
No, because they only got that title because of how did they get LeBron? Free agency.
Yeah.
He was drafted, yes. That's a unique circumstance. It's kind of a weird outlier in its own way.
Yeah.
But the article is like you drafted the guy who stayed with the team and delivered. And unfortunately for them, he didn't stay. He left. He got his titles. He came back to Cleveland, and then he delivered. So you can say that's nitpicking, I guess, to a certain extent. I want to read one more interesting little tidbit here. If you look at the draft years, again, between 2000 and 22, between those years, Wade in 2003 and Holmgren in 2022, Tristan Thompson, who averaged 6.7 playoff points for the 2016 Cavs, he's the only player drafted in the top 5 with a team's own pick who helped that franchise win a title. Now, you could respond, Tatum Brown, Sprague, you idiot. First of all, I didn't write the article. Zach Cram did. His note is they didn't move picks. They stayed where they were. Tristan Thompson's the only one between Wade and Holmgren. And that's a role guy.
Yeah.
A good role guy, but a role guy. So it's just all interesting to think about. I'm not one, and I put this up on Twitter on our social media page, at Dirt and Sprague, your neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day. And it reads, are you worried about the Blazers making a big trade in Tom Dundon's first offseason? Yes, new owner syndrome. No, swing big, baby. The neighborhood restaurant group poll question on Twitter every day. And dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: Sandio's, Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. You can vote at Dirt and Sprague.
I will say I'm starting to get, as you mentioned that, and starting to say, yeah, Portland really does need to look at the trade market as the best way to try to improve the roster this offseason.
Especially considering they don't have the pick, and they're not going to be, I think, in the late lottery unless they have an injury.
This is increasing the urgency for them to hire a head coach, because you definitely want a coach to say, this is how I envision what's here. This is where I think we're lacking. This is what I want. These are the types of players and the pieces that I want to have. And you want to have that in place so you can have the coach in the room as you're going through your talent evaluators and saying, hey, we think this might be available. This is what it would cost us. The sooner they get that person in and talking and working on all of that, the more confident I will be that whatever trade or trades they may make is the whole group thing. It's not just Tom Dundon saying, hey, we need to make a big swing. I don't care. I don't know when I'm hiring a coach, but I need to make a splash. That will be concerning if that's how it goes down. They need to hire a coach pretty damn quick.
So I thought the other interesting thing here was Golliver basically saying, I wouldn't want the new owner syndrome with a new owner. Now, again, he is saying this from the media perspective of if I was a fan, and I think he wants the hometown team to do well, but I really don't think he's a pom-pom waiver like that.
No, he's not.
He just loves ball. He has that opinion. He doesn't think the offseason player-wise is actually the most important thing. To your point, he talked about the process the Blazers are currently going through to find the new voice in the locker room.
Well, first of all, I'd say that those are some pretty good names. It's like, all the buzz about, this guy only wants to spend $12 and, he's paying minimum wage with no benefits for his coach. Like, he's got some good names interviewing in the mix, and I think that's great. Jeff Van Gundy made a big impact here in L.A. his first year. Their defense went from pretty meh to absolutely incredible. Now, they did take a step back last year defensively, and so, you wonder, was it fool's gold or was it like an instant impact that didn't last? But in terms of a Portlandia character, you could not do better than Jeff Van Gundy. In terms of your guys' show and quotes and all that good stuff, imagine Stan Van Gundy coming up there for a national game, commentating about his brother. You guys would just be rolling in. It'd be the best material you could ever ask for. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. I thought Splitter had a really good year. He over-delivered what I expected. I cannot imagine stepping into somebody's shoes as they're, shuffling off to the courthouse, right, in the middle of federal indictments. That is a really challenging spot to keep the locker room together, to have a distinct defensive identity, to play hard, play fast, kind of get this team modernized. If they had anybody who could shoot, I think they would have even looked better in the standings. So I feel like the idea of nickel and diming him is what rubs me wrong about this process. Show some respect to the guy who had a nice season, even if you're not going to select him as the head coach. You don't need to turn this into like a bare knuckles negotiation based on what he's been through over the last 6 months. But we'll see. Clearly this guy wants this coming out of left field. He has not telegraphed it. He has not kept it nice and smooth like most NBA coaching searches. You saw in Milwaukee, Doc Rivers was gone and bam, Taylor Jenkins was in place it felt like 48 hours later. That certainly hasn't been the story in Portland. And that makes me a little bit nervous too. Again, it goes back to how business gets done in the NBA. He's got something to prove there, Tom Dundon does. Yeah,
I think he is right. I do agree morally with his point on Tiago. I also had a funny counter that I did not say in the moment of he also just proved you could do the job for less than $1 million a year, unfortunately. That's the tough thing. Now, but I think, let's not joke, let's be serious here. You overperform of what you were asked to do on a certain salary, you should be rewarded. And here's the thing. Because I was told Tiago's out. He's too insulted. This was too insulting to the coaching community for Tiago to want to do this. And now he's suddenly a finalist. I am personally kind of hoping he gets the gig. And I'll tell you why. I'm not mad at Jeff Van Gundy. I'm not mad at anybody they hire. I am largely in agreement with make the roster better. If you do, I think you'll be all right. But Tiago getting the gig would actually make me laugh more of I was told that it was an impossibility he would come back here. It was way too insulting. And there's no way any coach with any self-respect would take this job. And now he's a finalist. So it'd be really funny to watch everybody pretzel their way out of the take of, Tom Dundon screwed himself by hiring a JUCO coach, and Tiago will never forgive him for this, to, Tiago's the guy. And then I'm going to hear, suddenly he's paying. Oh, okay, all right. So we were freaking out about money things we actually didn't know. And then if Tiago gets the job, suddenly he's paying. I'm kind of rooting for that scenario personally. That being said, I do agree with you. I think they're going to hire a coach within the next week. That's just a prediction. I
hope so.
No way. I don't have any information on that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I just think that they're on that kind of timeline, and I'm with you. But to me, as important as it is, and I want to highlight why, I still look at the roster as the bigger deal. I do not want to allow this franchise to largely sit on their hands, hire whoever they're going to hire, and then roll out media day and tell you how this is actually they made moves. They hired a new coach. They have a new vision. Or Thiago can now implement his vision. They basically got a free agent in Dame who didn't play for them last year. And, Rob Williams on the mid-level. Like, if that's what they're going to do, you're going to lose people. They're still going to root for them. They're still going to watch it. They're still going to go to game. You're going to lose people, though, of, like, really believing you're taking this very seriously. And so that's where I kind of sit. And on your point, Swag, I think where you're right is another local example. This lining of coach and general manager, as Cronin had a unique opportunity to hire his own coach, but weirdly chose to extend Chauncey, which kind of told me, I thought, the power structure of the organization under the Vulcans. He now has an opportunity here to hire a coach. And if Dundon's saying, hire the best guy that you think we can get and try to get the best price, but whatever it takes. If you can align your coach and general manager, I think you're right. And how important that is, look at our local WNBA team. It is year one of a startup team. There's been a lot of stuff behind the scenes that's been a little messy, that's not getting reported on, and I've been curious by that. But largely, the on-court and in-person experience is great. The atmosphere is electric. The crowd's into it. And what's the team doing? They're winning. They won last night. They're 5-3, and that's not the greatest record in the world. This is a brand-new team, and largely the history says those teams suck.
But they're a half game out of first place in the conference.
Right. And everybody's giving them crap because they cut some players, and now we're bringing funny racial jokes into it. But all I would say is on looking 8 games in, you're seeing what the importance is of a general manager and a head coach who, by the way, knew each other before here, having the same vision and idea of personnel that they want or need for their
And they've
systems.
implemented a culture, and as, they were so far behind the 8 ball with not – that expansion draft was supposed to happen 2 months before
the
it did.
CBA negotiations and the lockout
This
stuff
group
hurt everything.
came together and, had name tags, hi, my name is, 3 weeks before their first preseason game.
Yeah.
And the fact that they look like a cohesive group out there, it's not always pretty that, last night's game was not a pretty basketball game.
They still won.
But they won.
They won. They're the best fourth-quarter team in the WNBA.
They have a camaraderie. They're building a culture already, and that is a tremendous credit to the coaching staff and the GM of all the other periphery nonsense aside.
Yeah.
If we can go out there and have a plan.
One of the girls they just brought up, Frida Brunner. She had a big night last night.
Yeah.
She had a big shot in the fourth quarter.
We
She
were all
played
scratching
really
our
well.
heads. We were all disappointed at the now the expansion draft. There wasn't a lot for them, a lot of headline names the way it was set up.
It's a very odd way of doing it.
But certainly in the rookie draft, there was disappointment that there were some
they
high-profile
drafted a player we don't know, and she's not going to play over here this year. That sucks. Nobody wants to do that, and I was disappointed with it. But Carla Late, Bridget Carlton,
they look like they had
good.
a plan and they knew what they were doing in some capacity.
Yeah, so that's all. I think that point is a valid one of cohesiveness, culture building, establishing some of that stuff. I think that is important. I also, I just don't sit at the being paralyzed by new owner syndrome. Maybe you do, and your reasons could be very valid, but I want them to be aggressive. I don't want them to sit back and say, it's one thing to point to the Mavs title and say, the Mavs, they kind of slow played it. Yeah, they did, but they also didn't. Why do we act like that was Dirk and just a bunch of zeros?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were kind of older. They were a veteran team that, and largely in the Dirk era, they had been upset and not gotten where they wanted to. And Dirk deserves the crown of one of the best title runs of anybody because of the teams they beat. But I also don't want a memory hole and act like Dirk had literally Booby Gibson as his number 2 guy. That team, that's pretty good, smart, cagey vets that were still capable and getting it done. So
no, I think the Knicks could be.
The Knicks are your example here.
Example of in the modern day NBA.
You want to talk about, by the way, you have new owner syndrome. How about new front office syndrome? They got in there, Leon Rose and company, instantly.
Yeah.
Signing Brunson, trade, bring in. And look where they're at. Got them to the finals.
He doesn't have the most progressive, touchy-feely owner to work for.
No. And his owner stepped into politics now for Game 3 at the Garden. You see that?
Yeah, Jackson Dart going to be there.
I think Jackson Dart is going to be in the suite. Can we put him next to, like, Jon Stewart? Is the Steezy sitting courtside? Because I feel like when Obama goes to games, he sits courtside.
Of course.
Is he going to sit courtside? Or is he going to go to a suite?
I don't know.
And
if
weirdly
he sits
be in the back shadows? Is he next to Dolan?
I want to put him next to Spike Lee.
What is Spike Lee's outfit gonna be that's Knicks related and also obviously a message to the president?
If we're gonna have theater, let's have theater.
I mean, we're in New York, for God's sakes. What's Timothée Chalamet gonna be? Is he dapping up the Steezy? I don't know, man. Dolan doing that. If I was Leon Rose, I'm like, God, dude.
Tracy Morgan?
Can we
put
just
him next?
Hey, yo, Donald. That would be great. I would love to watch that. All right. Make a move. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
Let's go. Let's be
But again,
good.
this is context. If it is Dundon behind the scenes when he hires his coach and getting everybody in a room and says, I want to be aggressive, don't hold back.
It doesn't have to be Giannis.
Yeah.
But if
I
it's
said,
a good
don't
move, I
hold
will say I
back.
like that move.
Get creative.
Yes.
Let me know what you can do.
Agreed.
But I trust you guys. And he's the one motivating him. But yeah.
I agree.
Versus him coming in and saying, go get this guy. I don't care what you have to do. Those are two completely different things. Both can be a big splashy move. But if Dundon is encouraging and pushing his management team and his executives and his coaches, hey, be aggressive. Don't be shy. If you've got a harebrained idea that doesn't maybe float on paper or it doesn't sound right in the media, don't worry about that. I don't care what all the media is going to bash you for. Come to me, show me why it's going to work, why you believe it's going to work, and if we take a swing, I've got your back. That's a different thing.
I'd also counter and say the media has not bashed anything with this front office, for the most part.
Yeah.
It's been weird in this era.
Well, I'm
criticism,
thinking more the national media than local
national media doesn't talk about us much, unless it's about Tom Dundon being cheap. Let's go on. We got NFL OTA audio. I want to get to that. We got the Magic Hat at the top of the hour. Brady Henderson will join us at 9:30. Talk about the Seahawks OTAs as they run it forward, not run it back. Dirt and Sprague back with more on The Fan.
80 AM.
All right, welcome back in. A little lowdown for you here on a beautiful little Thursday morning. Looks like it's going to be another scorcher out there.
Should be a gorgeous night out at the ballpark.
Yeah, go say hi to Swag as he
Come on
rolls his
out.
R's.
It's Indigenous Cultures Night.
Shout out that. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So go celebrate out at Hillsborough if you want to go check out a beautiful ballpark and a good cultural event going on at the ball game. Just one thought, and then we'll go to I have NFL OTA audio I want to get to here.
Yes. Several teams are
Several teams
in action.
Yes, they are.
So to speak.
Magic Hat coming up at the top of the hour. Somebody basically saying the very interesting data, and it's a really good read. Like, you don't have to agree with all of it. I'm not saying, like, if you get a chance to have a Wemby, you don't take it. Obviously, you want as many good players as you can get. It's just fascinating that, like, largely those top 5 picks don't pan out.
They're not the sure thing that everybody thinks that they'll be.
Well, historically, they aren't.
Right.
Like, they aren't. And that's good perspective to have as we sit in the, is Scoot a bust? Is he ever going to work out here? And it doesn't largely feel like he's going to here. I don't know if he goes somewhere else and, finds his way. But somebody basically saying, good data, good analysis. How is the new apron salary cap stuff going to change this? And I think that's the other part is I think it was Tim Bontemps. I want to say Legler. Somebody I heard basically make the point of, like, look how young the NBA playoffs are right now. A lot of 20-year-olds, 20-somethings here. There's not like a whole big mix of mid to late 30-year-old guys here. So this league is obviously a young man's game, and it's only gotten younger. And so Oklahoma City's going to be due a big fat tax bill. Are they going to pay that? I've been told they're deep with pockets. They got money for years and years. Are they going to pay that bill? We don't have a lot of teams that are dipping into that second apron stuff. So as teams get pressed more and more, we're going to find out, like, okay, man, like, Oklahoma City has no reason to not run it back, I think. But will they feel pressed to because they don't want to pay X amount of dollars in the tax? So I have to kind of wait and see on that one, and a lot of moving parts. But it's a good read by Zach Cram. Let's get to NFL OTA audio, shall we?
Let's go.
Before we get to the Magic Hat. Let's go to L.A., the NFC West. We're going to talk with Brady Henderson coming up at 9:30.
Yes.
Run it forward with the Seahawks. How about the NFC West favorite and the Super Bowl favorite?
Yes.
The L.A. Rams. They just signed Matt Stafford to a one-year extension in the next 2 years to make $100 million.
Looking to win another Super Bowl in their home stadium if they would do it.
That would be very unique for a team to have won two Super Bowls.
They were the first. They're the only ones to win it in their home stadium.
That's what I'm saying. To have two of them in their home stadium would be, I don't know if we'll see that again. Here are the Rams and Matt Stafford on Ty Simpson, who they surprisingly, and I'm still not convinced, took because they wanted to.
I mean, I'm in there with him, in the meeting room on the practice field, trying to share as much knowledge as I can. Listen, I was a big fan of Ty when he was playing at Alabama. I sent him a text after, he got drafted and said, really enjoyed watching you play. Just you were in the wrong jersey. You weren't a dog. So, but I did enjoy watching him play. He's a talented kid. I'm going to do everything I can to get this team ready to play, to win. But at the same time, share some of the knowledge that I've gained throughout my career, because I wouldn't be in the seat that I am right now if I didn't have people that were helping me out along the way too. So I'm happy to do that. But he has been a sponge, man. He's looking to get better, and really that's everybody on our team, all the young guys that we picked.
How much are we buying or selling at Stafford the mentor during a Super Bowl chasing season?
I think it's what your definition of mentor is. Is he going out of his way to invite him over to the house and do all? No, I don't think so. I think while they're in the building.
In quarterback meetings,
anything else, if Simpson has a question, how do you do this or whatever, he is like, this is what I did. This is what it means to be a professional. This is how I structure my day. All of that. I think while they're in the building, he absolutely is sharing his personal experiences and all of those sorts of things. And as long as Simpson's going to ask questions and he's being a sponge and he's soaking it up, I think he'll be there. I don't think Stafford's going out of his way to, quote, take him under his wing and be his prodigy.
How many daughters does Stafford have? Is it 3 or 4?
I don't know.
I think he's a 3 or 4 daughter guy.
How old are they?
They're kind of all relatively young. I think it was a bam, and going for a boy thing.
I don't see Simpson coming over and babysitting the kids.
Here's my point. I have 2 daughters.
Yeah.
And I have a job. My job isn't as time-consuming as Matt Stafford's job, who has more kids than me.
Exactly.
I'm not saying he's not going to be nice to the rookie. I just don't really buy in any way. I think even in quarterback meetings, he will be watching film. Rookie might ask a question every once in a while. He's in his own world, dude. He's trying to win a second Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's 2 Super Bowls for a quarterback, and what that means for your legacy, especially his. Man,
well,
that's everything.
I also think Stafford knows if something does happen with his back or something that
it's not his responsibility for the kid.
No,
to
it's
be
not
ready.
his responsibility.
I don't
but
buy.
I also think part of being in the Super Bowl is, look, if I could see, and it'll be interesting to see, especially if the NFL goes to 18 games.
Don't do what you're about to do. They're not load managing Matt Stafford. If
I'm
he's
not
hurt,
saying,
not playing, he's actually hurt.
I'm saying backs are different than other injuries.
I agree with you, but if he's out, he's not load managing. I think he's legitimately hurt.
Oh, I think so too.
He is a crazy psycho.
No, I know.
And I don't really buy it. It's not his job to have the kid ready. I think he'll be nice to the guy, and I think he's saying the right things. I just don't really buy it. Let's go to New England, the team that lost the Super Bowl in pretty convincing fashion.
Yes.
Probably shouldn't have made the Super Bowl, but they did.
And will open the season at Seattle.
Yeah, how about that? A rematch from the Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel's been in the news a little bit, and it hasn't been about what Drake May's season's going to be.
No.
It's been with
it's not even about are they getting A.J. Brown or not.
Yeah, or Stephon Diggs or, anything. It's been about Mike Vrabel's messiness off the field. Don't worry, Swag. Work-life balance. It's been pretty good.
Again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players, more importantly than the coaching staff. But I just, seeing the coaches in the second year, how smooth the conversations are.
What?
That was supposed to be, it was labeled on our audio page as
supposed to be
work-family
balance. That was, yeah.
The oddest thing to me.
He doesn't know how to answer those questions.
Well, here's the problem. He won't just come out and admit it.
Yeah.
He won't say, I made a grave mistake. I had an affair. I apologize profusely. I hope people will leave her alone. I'm trying to repair things with my family. It's why I missed the day of the draft. Move on. Rex Ryan had to answer for his feet videos with his wife. What are we doing here? It's a very weird approach.
I don't know because I don't know why they think it's going to get dropped. There is no way this storyline is getting dropped.
It's only going to pick up.
The season starts.
Exactly. Let's go to Minnesota. We got a new quarterback in the room, J.J. McCarthy. What do you think about Kyler being signed?
The organization is going to make decisions that are out of my control, and all I'm going to do is focus on what I can control.
Personally, when they made the move with Kyler, was it disappointing? I get that you get what they're doing, JJ, but was there a disappointment considering how you finished up last season?
Then I would be disappointed if the rain fell. That's out of my control, and at the end of the day, I just got to focus on what I can do to be the best quarterback for this football team.
Does it increase motivation, or do you just have that already?
I have a drive that, that's been driving me since 5th grade when I decided to be at this level and perform really well at this level. And that's the same drive that's running through me today.
Yeah, it does bother him. How would it not bother anybody that was in a similar situation? Also, no offense. Does it drive you? I mean, you're in a short-term business anyway. You should just always be driven. I don't know what is Kyler going to make you pass better? Read the defense better? Fascinating. Let's play one more. Nick Sirianni on new OC, our beloved Sean Mannion, the new play caller for the Eagles. Here's Nick Sirianni.
Like the command that he has in front of the room and the conviction that he has in front of the room and the knowledge that he has in front of the room. And so, yeah, we'll see how that looks. We got a long time before we play. We got a lot of practices to go through before we play a game. This is about, figuring out what we do well, what we can do well and sharpening our tools that, you can run any scheme you want, but if you can't block, if you can't catch, if you can't protect the football, it doesn't really matter. So all those things that aren't looked at as sexy, right? The dirty work stuff. That's what we're working on perfecting right now as we get to know some new terminology and some new things.
Really exciting because there's so much uncertainty with Sirianni and Hurts and all that and where it's sitting. Now we've got our former Oregon State quarterback at the play calling helm, where last year that guy was, people were like going to his house.
Yeah, I know. And what he said there, that was not just coach speak. That actually probably matters to this team, a offensive coordinator that can get in front of the room and instill confidence. Like, I know what I'm doing, and that's actually really important for that team at this time.
Really fascinating. We'll have a little bit more NFL OTA stuff tomorrow. Didn't quite squeeze all of it in here on the show sheet today, so we'll get to some of that tomorrow. We'll talk with Brady Henderson coming up in the final hour, along with the Magic Hat. We do that top of the hour, Dirt and Sprague, hour 4 on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Jones looking for more, and she's got it. 15 and counting tonight for her. Assier driving baseline and kicking out. Stewart sets her feet, fires, and hits, and the foul.
Yeah, there's Kate Scott, USA Network, Jonquel Jones, and Brianna Stewart helping the Liberty go on a 23-0 run. That's the longest in franchise history and the second longest to the Minnesota Lynx 26-0 run against the Sun just last year. Liberty not off to a great start, but yesterday a pretty important one for them as they go on a huge run in the middle of that game. Lane Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, special orders. Visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Thunder trying to join the Knicks in the NBA Finals. They got to beat the Spurs one more time. Game 6 in San Antonio tonight at 5:30. You'll hear it on 910 ESPN Portland beginning at 5 with pregame coverage. Jalen Williams still questionable with a hamstring strain for OKC. Spurs are a 3.5-point favorite. Portland Fire have run their winning streak to 3 games with a 71-61 win over the Sun. Carla Late leading Portland with 20 points. The Fire forced 22 turnovers for 28 points. They will try to extend the run when the Atlanta Dream come to town on Friday. PGA Tour at historic Colonial Country Club. First round of the Charles Schwab Challenge. Ryan Gerard, Brian Harmon, your leaders at 5 under. 9 players tied 1 stroke back at 4 under, including Max Homa, Keegan Bradley, Hideki Matsuyama, and Russell Henley. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
hour of the radio program. It's a nice little 4th hour. We got Brady Henderson going to join us coming up here.
This should fly by.
It'll fly right by. 3 hours have already flown by. Sorry for the 3-minute update there from Swag. We would have been right on time, but he wouldn't shut up, so that can happen. 9:03. Welcome into the Rose City. I hope your day is going well. I'm getting some pushback in the office. People getting upset that I'm accusing them of coming in at a certain time of the day.
We're here every morning.
I
know who the first ones are every damn day.
I know. Kugludes is out here. He's like, really? No one here before 9? I'm here every day. And I'm like, yeah.
That's what we said.
Most days.
We didn't say before 8.
Some days.
Some people were claiming here they're before 8. There's nobody here before 8 unless something's wrong.
All I would say is some days, not so much.
Yeah.
And most days, it's all right.
I'm here every day at 5 a.m.
Yeah, bright and early. We'll talk to Brady Henderson coming up at the bottom of the hour. Let's dive into the old Magic Hat. What does the Magic Hat have in store for us?
Let's see.
One of these, by the way, I had audio for, and I forgot to pull it.
Oh, no.
And it sucks because it might have been nice to have.
Time is money. This is my lone entry.
Time is money. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The French Open at famed Roland Garros is going on.
Do you want to talk about Naomi Osaka's outfits?
I thought it was fantastic.
I do too.
She's awesome.
I like Naomi Osaka.
I don't know what people's problems are with her. I really don't.
Well, she is an athlete of an era that talks about an issue that a lot of people never talk about until recently. And because she talks about it, she's viewed a certain way because of it.
She's awesome.
I don't want to play. I'm mentally not feeling it. This goes back to the Simone Biles Olympics thing. I'm done participating. I like having anxiety attacks, and I'm mentally not with it. Oh, how dare you? And then, you get people that talk about the toughness and the get through it. You think I mentally want to do this every day. So I think it's that crowd. I love Naomi Osaka. It's more to me sometimes we highlight the wrong stuff.
Yes.
Unique outfit. Yeah. Stop making it the main headline.
Yeah.
The tennis should be the main headline.
Tennis should be the main
headline. And she's a great tennis player.
Well, we are in the midst of, we had the WNBA lockout situation. They needed a CBA.
Yep.
The NFL referees, there was a threat there.
Yep.
Major League Baseball now, the Players Association gave their first proposal for a new CBA to them. We don't often think about, tennis, because it's an individual sport. It's not there's no players union or anything.
Mm-hmm.
They limited, so the top players, they usually come in kind of like golf where the big names will do a pre-tournament press conference. Well, they said, we're only giving you 15 minutes. That's it.
For the
15
biggest name
minutes.
players in the world.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sabalenka, Yannick Sinner.
Yep.
15 minutes, we're done. And they're making a point.
Because they're going through these labor disputes?
So they have been, for the last several years, on the Grand Slam tournament powers that be over the total purses. And you have seen, you have seen the total amounts of purses, and they announced the winner's check is going up this much and this much. However, the players are saying, let's not get caught up in that, because look at the total revenues that those tournaments are generating.
Yeah.
Our percentage of the overall revenue pool continues to get cut. It dipped below 15% at the French Open this year. On their regular tour events, the ATP and WTA, their big tournaments, they get 22%. The prize pool is 22% of the revenue generated.
So a major, it's dropped 7%.
And so the percentage continues to go down.
Interesting.
And they are to a point where it has been bantied about publicly by players. The only thing left, because they don't have a union,
is to just not show up and play.
Is to boycott and what it would mean.
Boy, could you imagine if your top 10 players did not show up to a major championship?
So Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz, Novak Djokovic.
Yep.
Arena Sabalenka, Coco Gauff, Naomi Osaka.
The names in the sport. Yeah, imagine they didn't go to this.
I mean, how much tennis do people watch of their own, let alone you're tuning into Wimbledon and the U.S. Open?
You might watch the final round of most of these for most sports
and if you know they're not there to begin with,
I couldn't care less.
You wouldn't even know if that tournament was being played or not.
If you told me the French Open was two guys who are ranked outside the top 25 of their sport, no offense, I wouldn't watch.
And it could be great, because if I'm convinced if I can get your eyeballs to a tennis match.
Oh, it's a great sport. There's no doubt about it.
And you get the drama and compelling, and all of a sudden it's going 5 sets and it's back and forth, and guys are athletic and all of that sort of stuff, you'll stay with it. I just got to figure out a way to get your eyeballs to it in the first place.
Yeah, and if you take those guys away, you won't get my eyeballs.
Yeah.
And I'm somebody that's actually played the sport.
Yeah.
I know how hard and incredibly
you understand the sport. You know how athletic it is.
Yep.
All of those sorts of things.
It's insane. And when we watch these Wimbledons, like Dirt was asking Wimbledons are really long now. And they've always kind of been long, but some of these are going 5+ hours.
Yeah.
And it's nuts. And there's I can leave and run an errand and be okay, kind of a golf vibe with it. Mm-hmm. But in that moment, if you're at Wimbledon, you're probably so in a trance of exceptional tennis. If you have a major championship and you lose these people because they're protesting, you're going to have a huge problem on your hands. To talk about getting something you want and how you get it done, this is one way to do it.
Yeah.
This is and I'll be curious to see next year, this comes around, this doesn't get solved, how many back out last minute?
They're trying to talk. I mean, they can't get the suits to sit down with them because, and this is what's very hard about an individual sport like that, and they don't. Had Serena still been in the sport, actively participating and kind of at the height of her game, she might have been a figure, maybe Roger Federer. They might have been able to say, we're not showing up unless you do X, but I don't know that they have somebody that's that transcendent right now in the game, even though the talent is off the charts.
As good as it's been.
As good as it's been.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a crazy one. I didn't see that story.
So yeah, go look in though, and I would be curious if they got to a point what it would take. I think it would either be the Australian or the French. I don't think the players have it in them to actually say, I'm not going to Wimbledon, I'm not going to the U.S. Open, especially if you are a top-ranked player in the prime of your career. That's a hard decision to make. All right, next up. Can we focus? Please focus.
It's an interesting time being in the city of Portland. A lot going on. Okay. A lot of issues.
Yeah.
A lot of concerns.
Yeah.
Trying to get business going.
A lot of vacancy.
And it feels like weirdly we're also doing the dumbest things to not solve issues. which is no shocking development to anybody out there.
Well, look at politics across the globe.
I know. I totally understand. I'm trying to focus on our bowl,
us.
Okay? Us. We just had one of the more universal, bipartisan double birds, both sides to the aisle, to our government on the gas bill. Did we not? It's like an 86%?
Yeah.
It was something overwhelming, right?
The transportation bill that they
We're going to tax you more for gas.
tried to approve without voter and, flew like a lead balloon.
I don't understand certain things, and I'm not going to pretend to know everything. I don't know why we're concerning ourselves of calling 39th a new name from Cesar Chavez Boulevard.
Okay, whatever.
Just call 39th and,
that's fine.
And be good, whatever.
Sure.
Okay, fine. You tell me that's
important.
It's a street. There is something that's popping up, and it's getting the eyeballs and attention, and I saw this, and I'm kind of one of these people, and I was like, why are we doing this? Are you familiar with the Peace Act that's circulating in Oregon?
The who?
It's the Peace Act. So it's the People for the Elimination of Animal Cruelty Exemptions. Have you seen this? So it's Initiative Petition 28. They've gotten the signatures.
Okay.
And a lot of groups are saying that this is going to be on the ballot. I don't know if it's going to finish the way the gas tax will, but it kind of feels like it is. Basically, this is to animal rights groups and activists. They want to cut down on the cruelty of animals. And so they've gotten enough signatures that surpass the threshold to get this on the ballot, over 120,000 signatures.
Okay.
As of Wednesday.
What does it actually do? Because, yes, should we be cruel to animals? No. But what are they saying constitutes cruelty to animals?
Hunting and fishing.
Yeah.
That. Right there.
No.
And I'm like, as somebody who does fish, I buy a fishing license.
Yeah,
I saw
you
this.
have
and
to
I
get
went.
a hunting license. They control population.
It outlaws all forms of hunting, trapping, and fishing, including catch and release, because they don't want the fish to get hurt.
That's not going to fly in this state.
Well,
I don't know how.
Why is this an issue?
I don't know.
Is this a topic?
Is
there an animal cruelty hunting world I don't know about?
I don't know.
Because all the people that I do know, I don't know, but I know through other people that hunt. I follow a couple of our listeners on social media. They fish. I fish. I've caught and released with no damage to the fish. And sometimes you catch the fish, you eat the fish.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hunt the deer, you eat the deer. You elk, give me an elk burger, an elk meatball. I'm very confused why this is an issue.
I don't know.
And if somebody can chime in and help me out here, educate me. I've read up on it a little bit. I don't understand the purpose of it.
I eat meat.
I eat. We should just keep that as a drop. I'm sorry, I eat meat.
So
that should be a drop. I need you to pull that during the break.
I'm not, comfortable, guns and all of that sort of stuff. Certainly if I have friends that go hunt and they say, yeah, I got an elk or whatever, I'm the first one to say, I'd love some elk steaks, some venison
I don't
steaks.
Hunt at all.
I love to cook.
I don't hunt. My brother-in-law's dad goes to Alaska and hunts moose and elk and he brings back a ton of meat because he usually gets one and they're always like, do you want any? And I'm like, yeah, man, I'll take that. That's some lean, good eating right there. I just don't.
I don't know what we're doing.
Exactly. What are we doing? It feels like we've lost the plot.
We're scoping it in. You have to get a tag where we don't want the populations to go south, so there's a time and an area and a space and proper ways to go about doing it.
Well, also, how are we paying for conservation and wildlife stuff here?
Yeah.
Through licenses, through tags. I
don't know.
I don't know.
I'm lost there.
I have no idea. I saw this and I'm like, dude, I can't go fishing.
Yeah.
Come on.
Dumbest ever.
Dumbest ever.
That's a bold statement.
Well, I want to ask your thoughts on this. I could have pulled the audio and it may have helped it, but I'm still if I told you what it was, you may agree it without the audio.
Okay.
So are you one of these I want to break or set a Guinness World Record people?
Quest to do one, no. Curious at times. I see one and I was thinking, I could do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of one of those too,
But am I going to go through... If you've ever
Are you going to actively try to set one or break one? Me either, right? And I know there is a process to this.
And it's involved in lengthy, time-consuming, and costly.
Yes. Now, I'm one of these two. Like, the way you explain it is how I view it.
Yeah,
too.
you see one and go, that.
Do
I
that?
go, you get a world record for that? I could do that.
This is one I say I could do that, but I never will actually back it up or try it.
Yeah.
And I also think it shouldn't count. I actually have a question to the world, the Guinness World Record people here. I know there's a process of doing this.
Right.
Maybe we should have a stingier process and vetting system of like what needs to be a world record and what doesn't. Okay?
Yes.
There is an Idaho man who just set, after beating his own record, by the way, a Guinness World Record. Are you ready for this? By putting on 32 T-shirts in 1 minute.
Yeah, what are we doing? But, again,
David Rush, previous T-shirt-related record holder, included the most T-shirts put on in 30 seconds and the fastest time to put on 10 T-shirts, tackled the title for most T-shirts put on in 1 minute by an individual.
So not only do we have putting on T-shirt world record, we have different classifications, like all of a sudden. So it's one thing to say you're the fastest swimmer, but
Right.
now we have
The fastest-
we have the 50 free and the 100 free and the 100 fly and the 100 breaststroke.
This is the most
for
T-shirts
putting on
put
for
guy.
getting dressed.
Let me read his quote in the voice that I imagine, even though I know what his audio sounds like. The issue is with how quickly the mechanics break down. Once you get past the 10th shirt, you're not just fighting the clock anymore because you're fighting the fabric. Each layer compresses your arms and you lose range of motion. You're essentially wearing a straitjacket.
Okay.
That is how I view this record.
Go join the circus.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Why is there not a stricter world Guinness record like process here?
Does Guinness need to grow its brand anymore?
I mean, when you think Guinness, you don't even think the record anymore. You think
No,
beer.
I'm looking for
Get
a
outta here.
pint in the Cascade.
Yeah. Have a better process. There's one more in there. At least there should be one. More. And this is right up your alley.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did it.
Yes, they did it.
Did I not read this right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they did it.
You know what? Hold the other one in there.
Okay.
And I'm going to rename it during the break for next week because I don't think it's going anywhere. And it's
Okay.
something I want to bring up. You may remember this quote during the NBA regular season to Joe Mazzulla.
However, there's a way to make sure that the staff and the players, get the appreciation. Don't need it. I think it's a stupid award. They shouldn't have it. And it's more about the players and it's more about the work that the staff puts in. And it's just that simple. I really don't ever want to be asked or talked about it again. It's just that dumb. So the players play. It's about them. Staff works their ass off. I'm grateful to have them.
And the voters said, great answer. We're going to
have to
vote
talk
you.
about it some more.
He did talk about it some more. Joe Mazzulla has won NBA Coach of the Year after telling us how stupid and irrelevant the award is. This is fantastic. And I love that
I'm kind
they
of
did
disappointed the Celtics still aren't in the playoffs when he won the award,
Yeah.
so they'd have to award it to him and get the picture out here with
Could
Adam
you imagine
Silver.
a worse photo than the guy calling the award? He's just won dumb.
Yeah.
This is great. I actually love his answer. Coaches don't get sometimes, I think, enough credit in sports that move through coaches quickly, but also he is right. It takes the staff and it takes
I
the
would
players
like to
play
see,
hard.
much like you have the Joe Moore Award in college football for the most outstanding offensive line as a group.
The most outstanding staff?
The
How would you
outstanding
evaluate
coaching
that?
staff.
How would you even evaluate
I don't know, but along his lines, and in college football, you have the Frank Broyles Award, which goes to the top, the outstanding assistant coach. I would like to see, because it's more than just a head coach.
Yeah.
Especially now that teams have 8 assistant coaches sitting there on the bench.
The benches are 2 rows now.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of guys. And there's guys who aren't even technically coaches, but they're on staff and they're doing
on
a ton of work.
staff and yeah.
I just love that the voters gave him the award.
That was awesome.
It was fantastic.
Awesome all around. And I didn't see I'm wondering if he was asked to do a video or something, because obviously
he sent out a statement. He basically is like, thank you. He did the proper thank you thing. He didn't crap on it at least, which actually it would have been better if, like, I told you I didn't want to talk about this stupid award. Thanks for voting for me, you jerks. And then got out of there. But he did the proper thank you.
He said, this is more about the dedication of our entire staff, and it's a culmination, and I accept this on
He
their
is the
behalf.
4th Celtics coach to win the award.
Okay.
Yeah.
Auerbach must have won one back in the day. Did they even have one back then?
I think he's one of
Casey
them.
Jones,
Casey
I'm
Jones,
assuming, won
Doc,
one.
I would say won one.
Okay.
And then probably him.
Yeah.
Although, no, I bet you Brad Stevens is one of those.
Ooh.
Not Red. Yeah, I would guess Brad Stevens won one.
Okay.
I just know he's the fourth one.
Did Doc actually win one?
Well, if it's not Casey Jones, Stevens, and him, who else would it be? It'd have to be Doc, because the 90s Celtics
When did they
weren't.
start the award? I guess that's when I'd have to go look. Because Bill Russell was the player coach for a couple years.
I was trying to break on time, and now
Sorry.
you're making me look up coaches of the year. I think he won in 08, Doc did.
Okay. Was that the year of their title or the next year?
I would imagine it had to be the year of the title, right? 08?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look it up.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Good stuff in the Magic Hat. Let's talk with Brady Henderson. Let's run it forward and visit Seahawk OTAs. Next on The Fan.
Now.
On the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
It's Fup Date time. I was speaking of the French Open. Huge upset. Number 1 seed Yannick Sinner, who was a massive favorite in the men's draw at the French Open, with Alcaraz out with an injury. He was up 2 sets and a 5-1 advantage in the third and lost to the 56th ranked player in the world, Juan Manuel Cerundolo of Argentina. And now you've got a field that is wide open, and we could see Novak Djokovic now. He's the 3rd overall seed.
The old one.
He could get that record 25th Grand Slam at Roland Garros.
There's one reason to watch. How about this? They found a tiny octopus-like creature near the Galapagos recently.
A tentacle-like thing?
Well, it's got stubby tentacles. It's short, stubby tentacles. It's a little blob. It's not very big.
Okay.
And scientists were studying this thing because they can't quite define it as an octopus, though it looks like an octopus.
Squid? Is it something else?
It looks more octopusy than anything else.
Okay.
So they took photos and they had it studied, and they're like, what's going on with this thing? They have concluded that it's a blue color, which stands out when you look down at the sand.
Right.
They've concluded it's a deep-sea creature and that it uses reverse counter shading for survival. So the blue part is usually actually upside down. So when a predator looks up, it doesn't see anything.
It just thinks it's part of the water.
And the belly is white, and when the sun is shining in the ocean, it blinds everything above it.
Wow.
So predators above and below,
but
they can't detect it.
What kind of species it truly is.
It's a very unique animal that you can read about at the National Geographic website. Very interesting looking creature.
There you go. Sprague and Swag with your update on this Thursday from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. By the way, somebody texted in, Swag, and said, yeah, I'm a part of the largest YMCA dance ever recorded. I mean, sometimes that's just what the record's about. You're a part of it.
Well, sometimes when you're a part of a big group and somebody says, like, but was that guy the organizer? Like your buddy says, hey, we're going to go do this thing. We need a whole bunch of people to do the YMCA. And you're like, oh, okay, I'll come. But you're not the organizer.
Side note.
I got to call Brady.
Always wanted to be in a flash mob. Never will be. I've always kind of wanted to be the random guy at like a town square, and the whole crowd's just acting like they're walking to different places, and all of a sudden, bam, whole thing busts out. Never will. Never have been. Always kind of secretly wanted to do it. We did a little NFL OTA audio, and also something that I've been thinking about that we'll kind of have to holster for the summer is I am so curious to see if this Vrabel stuff plays in any way in the locker room and how it impacts the Patriots going forward. But we did some NFL OTA audio. We did Sean Mannion, J.J. McCarthy, Matt Stafford, somebody making a good point. No way Matt Stafford brings Ty Simpson to his house. His wife might sleep with him to prove a point to Matt Stafford, as she said on a podcast once when they were at Georgia. Very valid point by a listener there. But I'm really curious to see as they don't run it back in Seattle. Oh, no. They run it forward as the Seattle Seahawks are coming off their Super Bowl beatdown of the New England Patriots, and they're looking to see if they can repeat. So Swag's about to bring on Brady Henderson of ESPN, our good friend up there covering the Seattle Seahawks, living on a boat, and OTAs are underway. He is on Twitter at Brady Henderson. You can find all his great work at ESPN.com as he joins us now. Brady, good morning. How we doing?
I'm good. Good morning. When you said 9:27, I was like, wow, that's very specific. Is this a tea time or is this a radio hit? What are we doing?
Well, not to get too inside baseball, we changed our radio clock, so our break now, we come back at around 27. Today we were about a minute and a half later than I thought we would in calling you, so it's a little inside baseball, but I wanted to really be specific with you to let you know. How is your off season? Do you even get an off season anymore? It feels like you guys don't have much downtime.
Yeah, I've got an off season. I've had some fun. Yeah, thank you for the concern. No, yeah, I mean, obviously shorter than it would be if, for a team that didn't make the playoffs. But I mean, the players, those are the ones that obviously have it tough because they their off-season program started on April 20th, and I went and looked at a calendar the other day. It was 10 weeks and 1 day after the Super Bowl. So that is a short off-season, and that's why Mike McDonald, told a lot of veterans. They sort of came up with this idea for a staggered start to the off-season program, where he says, okay, veterans and guys who played a lot down the stretch, because the break was so short. He told those guys, or encouraged them, to work remotely for the first couple weeks of the off-season program, and then show up, for the start of phase 1 2 weeks later. And a lot of those guys showed up anyways for the first day on April 20th. So, point there is that off-season attendance has been pretty good, like it was last year.
Yeah, Brady Henderson, our guest here, ESPN. He wrote a really good piece, and we had fun with it yesterday. Of like, the Seahawks are not running it back, as you point out in your article. They're indeed running it forward now as they look to try to repeat and build on the success they obviously had last year. Like, look, it's one thing to win a title and to maybe surprise some people that you were able to win the title. By the end of the season, I think a lot of people were like, okay, man, this team is legit. And then everything in the AFC kind of broke the way it did, and everybody loved their chances to win that Super Bowl, and they took advantage of that to get another title over there in the Renton offices. But I'm really curious your thoughts and vibe of just being around the franchise off of the Super Bowl, Mike McDonald's messaging, which you put into quotes at ESPN.com of, we're not really focused anymore on what we did. We're trying to do something different and kind of do something similar. Just the vibes of what it's like around this Seahawk team, this version coming off the Super Bowl, because it's always going to be a little different than what it was with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I don't remember what exactly it was like in 2014 when they were coming off of that, that first Super Bowl win, but I'll tell you this, like, it really don't, like, and I think this is sort of intentional on their part, like, they don't talk a whole lot about it. I mean, it comes up naturally. They got their ring ceremony coming up here in a few weeks. As I wrote in the story, they just unveiled, or they just, installed this big banner commemorating their Super Bowl win, but I really don't get the sense that they talk about it a whole lot. That it comes up. And, I asked Mike McDonald kind of that question because I was curious about it. Is like, how often do you guys talk about it or acknowledge it? And he said they don't avoid it, but they don't go out of their way to talk about it. And I think that's intentional. I think I think it's partly intentional and partly just kind of the natural way of things happening when your job right now is to get ready for the next season. And so, I thought McDonald had an interesting line where he said, he said he hasn't sensed an ounce of complacency with the team. And so, which obviously that there's a danger of that happening when you win a Super Bowl, and there's so much, there's so many things that can come with that negatively. He says that he hasn't sensed any of that yet.
Yeah. It's interesting to go through too, some of the roster adjustments and changes they have. I think we've talked to you post the Super Bowl. I think we had you on because Kenneth Walker, and then we had a draft thing. I'm kind of just curious of losing a guy like that wins the Super Bowl MVP. And then also when you win, guys kind of start wanting to be rewarded for that. And it's not that winning the Super Bowl changes what Devon Witherspoon wants, but they win the Super Bowl. He's a big part of kind of what their defense was. Just some of the changes they're going to go through. And also, by the way, along this journey, you're going to have to start rewarding these guys who are helping you win.
Yeah, I mean, they took some hits. There's no doubt about it. And I think some people have kind of downplayed, the degree to which they lost some pieces there. And now, I think you can look at it and say this, that look, they were never going to re-sign Rick Woolen or Boye Mafe. Those are two guys that they were open to trading at last year's trade deadline, and they were never going to re-sign those guys. But still, good, solid players. I thought Ken Walker it was maybe a little less than 50-50 that they were going to re-sign him. And then with Kobe Bryant, that one kind of felt 50-50. Now, look, like running backs and safeties, you can tend to find those guys. So I'm not. I might sound like I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth here. I don't like those are two positions that you can find, right? Yeah. You can find safety. They found Kobe Bryant in the 4th round. They found Ty Okada, who played really well in a fill-in role last year as an undrafted guy. And then running backs, we all know those guys can sort of be interchangeable to some degree. So they did lose some pieces, and it's not nothing, but I don't think they lost anybody that they can't replace. And then, I think, I don't know if a lot of people are talking about this, but I think it's, maybe the biggest loss might be Clint Kubiak, just because, he is a proven coordinator with a proven NFL system and an experienced play caller. And I understand why they hired Brian Fleury, and he obviously blew Mike McDonald away in those interviews when McDonald was, going into it, very much thinking that he was going to promote from within. But he hired Brian Fleury because the interview went so well. But Brian Fleury is going to be calling plays for the first time, and there's really no substitute for that experience, and there's probably going to be some growing pains along the way. So, I don't think they lost anybody that was irreplaceable, but they lost a few pieces, and I think some people might sort of be, I've kind of gotten the sense that some people have just kind of dismissed that as, well, that's no big deal. You lose people every year. Yeah, but they took a decent amount of hits in free agency.
What's the area or the position for you? I know OTAs isn't necessarily camp, but you're starting to kind of evaluate. Your antennas are up a little bit. We get to camp. You continue to evaluate. What's the area for them on a team this good?
An area, can you say it again, please?
Just positional groups or a position group that you look at and maybe you got questions about or you're uncertain with as we go into OTAs now and camp is not that far away. And look, they're trying to defend the crown here, so it's an area that Brady Henderson is really kind of keeping an eye on.
Yeah, there's really no glaring position group like that for them. I mean, I would have said maybe edge, just because that Boyamafe, until they signed Dante Fowler Jr., Boyamafe was the one guy that they lost that they had yet to really replace. But they signed Dante Fowler on a very team-friendly contract. And, they don't have like one premier, Max Crosby. There's only one Myles Garrett, but, they don't have that like premier all-pro type edge guy. The strength of that group last season was the fact that they could throw 4 guys at you that, any one of those guys could impact the game. So you're sort of counting on a lot happening again. You're counting on DeMarcus Lawrence, again, staying healthy at 33, and Uchenna Nwosu doing the same thing. He's a couple years younger, but he'd obviously battled injuries for a couple seasons before staying healthy last year. And you're, again, counting on another older player in Fowler, who I think is 32. So you're kind of hoping that things go right injury-wise on that edge group. But there are some young guys that they have there that they're excited about, including, some undrafted guys that really didn't play a whole lot last year. So that would be the one concern. Not that it's a concern right now on paper with the talent, more so just the fact that you're relying on some older players there. Along in the outside linebacker rotation.
Rams are 4 yards away from picking up a first down near an end zone. It's a great game. The difference between the home field seems to be a running back picking up a football on a 2-point conversion that ends up being counted. Like, it's the slimmest of margins here. Just your overall thoughts of the Rams off-season moves. Like, I know the Niners had a good season, a surprise good season, but it feels like these two teams are kind of the top of this division. The Seahawks won the Super Bowl. The Rams are clearly all in. Just your kind of takeaways, I think, of the Rams and going in and having maybe another couple great heavyweight matches between these two.
Yeah, I mean, I think that NFC Championship game was the Super Bowl for all intents and purposes, because I don't think either the Broncos, even if Bo Nix had stayed healthy, and certainly not the Patriots, were beating either one of those teams, Seattle or Los Angeles. If either one of those teams had made the Super Bowl, I don't think any of the final 2 AFC teams were going to beat them, just because they were the 2 best teams in the NFL, and that was pretty clear probably right around the time of that Week 15 Thursday night game. So, just this neck and neck. These 2 teams were neck and neck. I think those first 2 games if I remember correctly, were decided by a combined 3 points. And it was, even if you combine the yardage of those two games, it was like a couple yards separated them and 3 points. And then it obviously goes down to the wire again in the NFC Championship game. So they were neck and neck. And you could argue easily that, if they were neck and neck talent-wise, and the Seahawks lost the players that they did, along with their offensive coordinator in free agency, and the Rams, meanwhile, loaded up in their secondary with the trade for Trent McDuffie, signed Jalen Watson from the Chiefs, really added to their cornerback room. You could make a case that that maybe they overtook Seattle, maybe they jumped ahead of Seattle talent-wise, and that's why I can promise you that the Seahawks were not at all disappointed to see the Rams spend the 13th pick on a guy in Ty Simpson who is not going to help them anytime soon unless there's an injury to Matthew Stafford. And so I can tell you that they were pretty relieved when the Rams made that pick.
Yeah, especially when you listen to the audio post-draft and it sounds like McVay's in a hostage video and didn't want to take him, and then actually, what are you talking about? We wanted him the whole time. It's like, I don't know about that, man. But I'm fascinated to see it. OTAs have begun for a lot of teams. Seahawks defending the crown. As he notes in his ESPN.com article of running it forward, they unveiled the banner, but they're not really talking about it. They're just focusing on what's ahead. I'm sure we'll do a camp check-in. Continued great success at ESPN. You're doing a great job, man. You're one of our favorites. And I hope once this is over, you enjoy the next version of your offseason before camp is underway. Brady Henderson, ESPN.com, our guest today. Thanks, Brady, for hopping on, man.
You got it. Thank you, my friend. We'll talk to you later.
All right, There we go. Good stuff from Brady Henderson up in Seattle as the Seahawks are largely just not acknowledging they won the Super Bowl outside of a banner hang, which probably the right approach. You want to repeat. You can't just dwell on what you just did. You got to look forward. Good stuff from him at ESPN.com. We wrap it up with an interesting little story that happened in the association that we're very, very familiar with. We'll talk about that on the other side on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. Good stuff from Brady Henderson. A little peekaboo up north with our friends in Seattle. Live from a boat. Boats and braids. Braids and boats. Boats and hoes. Brady's no hoe. For show. A delightful little Thursday. I don't know what that was. When you start something and you can't stop it, kind of like when I start dancing at a wedding. What is that move? I don't know, man. I'm just kind of going with it. Call it something.
You like Elaine from Seinfeld?
I want to think I'm way cooler than that, but the reality is there's probably video of me way too drunk at a wedding doing the Elaine in some Park Rose rendition of it. What do you mean? I'm sea walking with your thumbs and your little kicks? I don't know, man.
Your jeans down around your hips.
I mean, I have some stripping videos at weddings too. I've had some ladies sit in some chairs. There's been some grinding action going on. Magic Brandon. A fun little Thursday. Swag, if you didn't catch it at the beginning, Swag is running on like an hour of sleep. His dad is still battling, doing a good job, but like some stuff's happened. So Swag's life has been derailed in a major way, and it's been nice to, I hope, unplug a little bit from what's going on outside of here.
Yes.
So it's been a fun Thursday edition. We've gotten to a lot. We still have a lot we didn't get to. I want to get to some more NFL OTA stuff tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we'll have Game 6. Do the Thunder do it?
Do the Thunder do it?
I don't know.
Do the Spurs do it?
I'm betting on the Thunder tonight, and it's not a pro-Thunder, anti-Spur. I just feel like they're going to play better than they did in Game 4, and it feels like they're going to do it. But I hope for sports fans viewing, we get a Game 7. Game 7 would be delightful.
I think the Knicks are hoping for that, too. They'd love to see these two just beat each other senseless for 2 more games. I
am one that like
because the Knicks will be on the road no matter who wins.
Right, they're going to be hosting Game 3 no matter what.
Exactly.
To me, I've scratched the idea that one or the other. Like both of these teams are kind of banged up. They're obviously trading body blows, and yeah, the East sucks. There's no doubting that. I don't think the Knicks couldn't have beaten any of the teams these two teams have beaten in the West. I think if you put the Knicks, I don't know if the Knicks make the conference finals if they have to play one of these two along the way, but if you said beat the Timberwolves, I think they can do it. If you said beat the Blazers, I think they could do it. Beat the Lakers without Luka, I think they can do it. Like, the Suns.
The Nuggets.
I think they could beat the Nuggets. Like, there's not a team in the West I look at with the Knicks that say, they can't do it. So, yeah, the East sucks. I also think they are potentially the second or third best team.
They rolled the East.
And they rolled the East. They're on a heater right now.
Yeah.
So, kind of wait and see on that one. I hope we get a great game. That's really bare minimum. Give me a great game, and I think the atmosphere is going to be electric.
I think the X factor is Chet Holmgren. If Chet gets off and he has a big game, then the Thunder will win.
I think the X factor is on the other team.
If you're like, where's Chet? What are we doing?
I think we're looking at a combo package here. It's a Fox Harper game. You need one of them. One of them they have to give you something.
Yeah.
I know Wemby can be heroic. He can lift a team. Maybe he's tired, whatever.
He needs a little help.
He's got to get help, man. Like, at least the Thunder, for all the Chet stuff, they've at least got it from who? Their center and their wing.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, SGA has had some
and then
good
the
games,
bench is somebody will go nuts off the bench drilling threes.
That was what the game 3 was. They scored 76 points on the bench or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
So I think for the Spurs, it's Fox or Harper. Random note to end on.
Okay.
Not really something I think full segment worthy. And I'm not trying to make light of this. I'm just highlighting the fact of, did you see yesterday the Lakers?
I didn't. You pointed this out to me. I did not delve into it.
So they had layoffs.
Yeah.
By the way, second round of layoffs in the new ownership regime. I'm not telling you people should be losing their gigs. I don't like it. I hate it. But it is, and they didn't reach the number of the Blazers, but that's supposed to be a deep-pocketed ownership group.
Exactly.
They laid off communication staff, team content people, and business.
Yeah.
Literally the same
group. Yeah.
Not as many people.
No.
But it's their second wave of doing it. just highlighting, new ownership groups come in and they kind of want their own people and they make changes. Not saying it's right. Just, there's a big story here, and another team just did it, and that's not a broke bitch. The Lakers are not run by a broke bitch.
No.
So Tommy Two Knuckles, not alone there. Good stuff, Swag. Thanks for hanging with us and getting through it. And we might have Mike Doc Parker tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to preview the Eugene Regional.
We got Bill Oram at 8.
Beautiful.
Mr. Move the Team.
Yeah.
And we got NFL OTAs, a Game 6, a delightful little sports evening. Enjoy your Thursday. The Firm with Harris Meringue is next. Thanks for hanging with us. This has been Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan.